What if we told you that every US president, yes, everyone has a fact so wild, so bizarre, or so unbelievable, it could rewrite the way you see history? From bathtub mishaps to midnight surgeries, secret pets to war crimes, this isn't your dusty civics class. This is the hidden, the hilarious, the haunting side of the American presidency. George Washington. Imagine standing face to face with the ghost of history's granite statue. No smile, no blink. Just those cold, steady eyes that once stared down empires, powdered in war, smoke, and myth. This is George Washington, not the marble man, not the textbook general, but the deeply peculiar, profoundly human founder whose private world was far stranger than the myth allows. He was obsessed with punctuality. Not just military precision punctual. No, Washington measured minutes like bullets. His irritation at tardiness wasn't just a quirk, it was a philosophy. A reflection of how he ran everything from his plantation to the presidency. If you showed up late, even by 5 minutes, the temperature in the room dropped like winter at Valley Forge. You didn't waste Washington's time. Because in his mind, that was stealing something sacred. And speaking of sacred, let's talk about his grave. Or rather, his pre-grave paranoia. Washington had a phobia of being buried alive. It wasn't uncommon in his day, when medical science was more suggestion than certainty, but Washington took it further. When he died, he ordered that his body be left above ground for 3 full days before burial. Just in case. Just in case his heart stopped, but his soul hadn't yet clocked out. 3 days of quiet, guarded stillness. 3 days of waiting for the second death that never came. But here's where things get stranger. While the nation spun stories about wooden teeth, the truth hiding behind his tight-lipped portraits was even grimmer. His dentures were made from ivory, gold, and, most disturbingly, human teethsome bought from enslaved people. The image of the noble founder chewing history with someone else's molars? That's America in miniature. A blend of greatness and grim compromise. He smiled with teeth that weren't his, perhaps a metaphor. Perhaps just a horror show hidden in a smile. At home, he was a Freemason and a breeder of mules. His love for animals was weirdly poetic. He had a foxhound named Sweetlips. Yes, Sweetlips. And another named Drunkard. And yet another, Tipsy. Imagine the general of the Continental Army walking through Mount Vernon with a drunken hound at his side and a head full of empire. He didn't shake hands ever. It was too informal. Too pedestrian. Washington bowed. Always. Even when no one was looking, because dignity wasn't just an act, it was his armor. Now let's zoom into his stomach, specifically his breakfast plate. Washington loved hoe cakes. Flat, gritty cornmeal pancakes slathered in butter and honey. A simple, working man's meal, eaten with the delicacy of a king. It's the kind of detail that seems too mundane to matter, until you realize how carefully Washington crafted his image. Even his food spoke volumes. Humble, earthy, but still polished, still curated. His morning ritual was a branding strategy. Then there's his whiskey. Washington didn't just drink I've made it. His Mount Vernon distillery was one of the largest in America. In 1799, it cranked out nearly 11,000 gallons of rye whiskey. That's not a side hustle. That's an empire within an empire. The man who couldn't tell a lie also couldn't resist a good business venture, especially one that involved liquor, barrels, and the slow-burning heat of copper stills. But beneath all of this, the poise, the politics, the propriety, Washington was haunted by the noise of battle. Literally. He was nearly killed multiple times in combat. At the Battle of Monongahela, bullets tore through his coat and killed 2 horses underneath him. He emerged without a scratch. His men thought he was invincible. He began to believe it too. But invincibility comes with a cost. It isolates, it deifies, and Washington didn't want to be a god. He wanted to be remembered, but not worshipped. In his later years, he grew obsessed with image control. He hired painters to make him look more composed, more heroic. He edited himself, curating every brushstroke like a politician filters tweets. One portrait was said to have taken hours just to get the eyebrows right. He wasn't vain, he was strategic. In Washington's mind, immortality was earned not just in war, but in the margins, the details that would outlive flesh and blood. And yet, for all the legacy building, for all the granite and glory, Washington was still deeply awkward in public. He hated giving speeches. He rarely spoke off the cuff. At his inauguration, his voice reportedly trembled so much that only the front row could hear him. He wanted the power. He wore it like armor, but he didn't relish the spotlight. He wore that like a funeral coat, stiff, silent, and a little too tight. This is the Washington we don't see carved into monuments. The Washington who collected teeth and brewed whiskey. The Washington who stared at clocks like they owed him money. The man who feared being seen without a jacket more than he feared British bullets. But perhaps the strangest truth of all, Washington never lived in the White House. It wasn't finished yet. The man whose name has become synonymous with the seat of American power never set foot in it as a resident. He built the nation, brick by ideological brick, and then stepped aside before the house was finished, like a ghost carpenter, or a political Moses, glimpsing the promised land he'd never enter. And as he died wrapped in silence, propped on pillows, breathing shallow against the December cold, he didn't cry out for legacy. He didn't ask for the presidency. He asked, simply, that he not be buried too soon. Because for all the power he wielded, all the monuments he inspired, George Washington remained one thing until the very end, a man terrified of waking up in a coffin. And that's just President number 1. But if you think it gets less strange from here, you've clearly never met the guy who believed a tankard of hard cider before breakfast was a good idea. John Adams is next, and he's got gossip, ghosts, and a parrot that cussed at dinner. John Adams. If George Washington was the statue, then John Adams was the spark brilliant, volatile, combustible. He wasn't made of marble, he was made of friction. The second president of the United States didn't glide through history. He scraped his way across it, igniting fires in every room he entered and every institution he touched. If Washington was the father, Adams was the cousin you could never quite predict equal parts genius and grenade. Let's start with the most honest quote ever uttered by a sitting president. "I am obnoxious and disliked." That wasn't his critics talking. That was John Adams in his own words, and he wasn't wrong. He was a man of towering intellect and volcanic insecurity, perpetually aware of his own unpopularity. He knew the public didn't adore him. He just didn't care. Unless he did, and then he really cared. He was a contradiction in motion, deeply principled, profoundly paranoid, and sharp enough to debate you into the ground while also wondering if the ground itself was judging him. He talked to himself out loud, constantly. Adams's brain ran hot, and his mouth tried to keep up. Whether walking through his garden, scribbling a speech, or pacing the White House floor, Adams could often be found muttering full-blown political arguments to himself. And if you happened to walk by, he didn't stop. He just added you to the conversation without explanation. Then there was his morning routine. Forget coffee. Adams started his day with a tankard of hard cider. That's not an exaggeration. Every morning, he downed what essentially amounted to a pint of fermented apples, because why not kickstart your presidency with a buzz? It was the 1700s version of an energy drink, and Adams was its most devoted customer. America's second president was probably tipsy before breakfast meetings and still sharper than most of the room. But don't mistake his quirks for light comedy. Adams was as intense as he was eccentric. He had a lifelong obsession with manure. Yes, manure. He wrote long letters about composting, soil quality, and the transformative power of cow dung. While other politicians were crafting speeches, Adams was crafting the ideal fertilization schedule for his fields. He genuinely believed that mastering agriculture was key to national greatness, and he wasn't wrong. He just had a fragrant way of showing it. His superstitions weren't limited to farming. Adams once described democracy as mob rule, not exactly what you'd expect from one of the guys who helped birth a republic. But Adams didn't trust crowds. He trusted books, principles, and his wife Abigail. Everyone else? Suspect, until proven otherwise. He often meditated by walking in perfect circles around his yard. Neighbors thought it was a nervous tic. Maybe it was. Or maybe it was the only shape that made sense to a mind spinning constantly in debate with itself. He was fiercely honest, sometimes painfully so. During an audience with the King of England, he accidentally blurted out something so direct it practically scorched the royal wig. He tried to be diplomatic. He really did. But Adams's version of diplomacy was a little like throwing a textbook at someone and expecting them to thank you. He was also deeply superstitious about personal respect. Adams once kept a diary entry where he tallied how many people had respected him that day. Spoiler, the number was never high enough. This was a man who longed for appreciation and feared irrelevance in equal measure. He wanted to be remembered not just as a president, but as a philosopher of freedom. Which is why he compared himself constantly to Roman statesmen like Cicero and Catiline, who died defending ideas. Adams didn't want to die for liberty. He wanted to outlive it and be thanked afterward. And then there's the swearing parrot. Adams and his wife Abigail kept a pet parrot. And not just any Perota parrot that swore. Loudly. Possibly, after learning from John himself. At family dinners, the bird would erupt in profanity with what some guests described as disturbing accuracy. This wasn't just a pet. This was an accidental mirror, echoing the unfiltered brain of its brilliant, irascible owner. But even Adams's death came with a twist. On the 4th of July, 1826, exactly 50 years after the Declaration of Independence, Adams died. His last words? Thomas Jefferson survives. Except, Jefferson had died 5 hours earlier. Adams didn't know. Or maybe he did. Maybe some part of him, always locked in competition with his old friend and rival, wanted to believe Jefferson had won just once. History, of course, declared it a tie. 2 founders, 2 deaths, 1 day. America's golden anniversary. You couldn't script it if you tried. Adams died convinced that he had been underappreciated, and in many ways, he was right. He didn't have Washington's stature, Jefferson's style, or Hamilton's musical. But what he always had, was fire. Relentless, unapologetic, scorched earth fire. So here lies John Adams, the man who feared being forgotten but never learned to be quiet. A man who outlived his enemies, debated himself into legend, and possibly inspired a parrot to invent new swear words. And if you thought Adams was intense, wait until you meet his frenemy. The philosopher who invented a chair, rewrote the Bible, and shipped a moose to Europe just to prove a point. Yes, Thomas Jefferson is next. And he's bringing mammoths, macaroni, and more midnight paranoia than a Cold War bunker. Thomas Jefferson. If John Adams was a human storm cloud, then Thomas Jefferson was a fog bank calm on the surface, mysterious at the core, and hiding an electric brain just beneath the mist. He didn't shout, he whispered. He didn't confront, he maneuvered. A political ghost with the heart of a philosopher and the schedule of a mad scientist, Jefferson wasn't just complicated. He was a walking contradiction wrapped in Enlightenment ideals and served with a side of macaroni. Let's start there. Mac and cheese. Jefferson didn't just like Ithe was obsessed. He imported a pasta machine from Europe and insisted on serving baked macaroni and cheese at White House dinners. making him the unofficial godfather of American comfort food. Guests were confused. Pasta? Cheese? In the executive mansion? Jefferson didn't care. He was curating a culinary revolution alongside his political one. He also had a pet mockingbird named Dick. The bird would perch on his shoulder and sing while Jefferson worked. That's not an artistic metaphor, that actually happened. Imagine the author of the Declaration of Independence hunched over his desk, quill in hand, while a bird chirped on his clavicle like a feathered muse. Jefferson loved Dick more than most humans, probably because Dick never questioned him. Speaking of questioning, Jefferson hated public speaking. His voice was faint, his delivery awkward. Despite being one of the most articulate minds of his era, he dreaded the spotlight. In fact, after his first inauguration, he never addressed Congress in person again. Too king-like, he said. Too theatrical. So he sent written messages instead, kind of like a founding father version of, "Don't call me, just text." But don't mistake his quietness for passivity. Jefferson was a control freak of the highest order. He was a compulsive note-taker, recording everything from the weather to vegetable prices to the precise timing of moonrises. His notebooks weren't journals, they were a one-man census of the universe. Every moment mattered. Every measurement was a message. He didn't just live in America, he attempted to quantify it. And then there's his house, Monticello, a palace of curiosity. Jefferson designed it himself, with hidden staircases, rotating closets, and clocks that dropped weights through holes in the floor. It was Enlightenment architecture welded to Virginia soil, but for all its brilliance, the roof leaked constantly, and Jefferson, true to form, refused to admit it was a problem. Even his mansion had to match his contradictions, brilliant, but quietly broken. One of Jefferson's favorite hobbies? Inventing things. He created a swivel chair, the very one he used while drafting the Declaration of Independence. He also invented a device called the polygraph, which wasn't for lie detection, but for copying letters. He was a one-man innovation lab, dreaming up ways to make writing more efficient, even while America was still figuring out plumbing. And let's not forget the mammoths. Jefferson was convinced that giant prehistoric mammals still roamed the American West. He believed that the New World wasn't inferior to Europate, was biologically superior. To prove this, he had a moose carcass shipped to France while serving as ambassador. The French thought he was insane. Jefferson thought they lacked vision. To him, the moose was a mic drop. America didn't just have freedom, it had monsters. But the most mind-bending contradiction of all, Jefferson owned over 600 enslaved people. He wrote the words, "All men are created equal," then spent his life profiting from a system that contradicted that sentence in every syllable. He believed slavery was morally wrong. He also did almost nothing to end it. He called it a moral depravity, yet his lifestyle, his wealth, his architectural experiments all were built on human bondage. Even in his private journals, he struggled with this hypocrisy. Publicly, he kept quiet. History didn't. And yet, he rewrote the Bible. Literally, Jefferson created his own version, cutting out the miracles, the divinity, and the supernatural. What was left? The teachings, the philosophy. A secular gospel for a rational mind. In the Jefferson Bible, Jesus didn't walk on water. He walked through reason. It wasn't just religious editing, it was a spiritual autopsy. Jefferson loved wine, imported 20,000 bottles during his presidency, loved French food, French furniture, French fashion. After years in Paris, he basically came back an honorary Parisian with a Virginian drawl. He even admitted that American cuisine bored him. But he hid that opinion because even in his vanity, Jefferson played the long game. He died, fittingly, on the 4th of July, the 50th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. same day as Adams. Two revolutionaries, two opposite temperaments, one final historical mic drop. And when he died, his tombstone didn't mention that he had been president. It only listed 3 accomplishments: author of the Declaration, founder of the University of Virginia, and architect of religious freedom in Virginia. In other words, he wanted to be remembered as a thinker, not a ruler. Thomas Jefferson was a philosopher king without the crown, a man who believed more in ideas than in people. He spoke softly, acted boldly, and never stopped measuring the air around him. He was the reason America had swivel chairs, mammoths in its mythology, and macaroni on its menus. But if Jefferson was the calculating ghost, James Madison was the ghost in miniature, a man so small he nearly vanished, and so shy he nearly never spoke, until he wrote the Bill of Rights and shaped the soul of the Constitution. James Madison. James Madison was barely over 5 feet tall, barely over 100 pounds, and barely audible when he spoke. But behind that frail frame and mumbling voice was the brain that built the backbone of American democracy. The father of the Constitution didn't shout his ideas. He whispered them, scribbled them in tiny, cramped handwriting, and embedded them in the DNA of the Republic. Madison was a living paradoxus, body fragile, his mind iron. He was so slight and pale that strangers sometimes mistook him for a sickly clerk, not the man who would design the very foundations of the U.S. government. His voice was so soft that even during congressional speeches, people in the second row would lean forward, straining to catch a single word. And yet, this was the man who wrote the Bill of Rights. Not advised, not proposed, wrote. Public speaking? Terrifying. Madison once fainted in Congress during a particularly tense session. He wasn't cut out for theatrical politics. He wasn't even cut out for tavern debates. But give him a quill, and he could out-argue the world. He was the quiet kid who turns out to be the dungeon master of democracy, laying out checks, balances, and clauses with surgical precision. He never held a job outside of politics and academia. No law practice, no military command, no plantation empire. Madison existed in ideas. He didn't run things. He theorized how things should be run. He was a man of blueprints, not bricks. A philosopher by design, and a constitutional engineer by accident. And yet, for a man so logical, Madison was deeply superstitious. He was terrified of thunderstorms, often hiding in his basement during loud ones, convinced they were omens. He believed in invisible forces, political and literal. He was so sensitive to cold that he would bundle in layers even in mild Virginia springs. To him, chill wasn't just discomfort, it was destabilization. Madison had chronic health issues, including seizures that may have been undiagnosed epilepsy. He called them sudden attacks. They came without warning, stealing hours from his life. He feared death constantly, and once calculated his own pulse for hours, convinced it was skipping beats. He didn't trust his body, but he trusted his mind. So he wrote, he planned, he revised. He wore the same black suit almost every day, not out of vanity of habit. Madison found comfort in sameness. Routine meant control. Predictability meant power. Even his clothing was part of his constitutional order. And then there were the languages. Madison could speak Greek, Latin, Hebrew, and dabbled in other tongues. He wasn't just multilingual, he was performative about it. He once laced multiple languages into a single letter just to impress the recipient. For Madison, intelligence wasn't just a tool, it was armor. He also had a lifelong obsession with weather. He kept meticulous logs of temperature, wind, rainfall. Why? Because order. Because patterns. Because if the skies could be mapped, maybe so could the chaos of governance. He believed wind direction could influence mental clarity. Some days, he even delayed writing until the breeze felt right. And then there's his dietary philosophies. Madison believed emotions could be controlled through food. Angry? Avoid red meat and garlic. Happy? That's bread and buttermilk territory. He once claimed buttermilk was the healthiest drink on earth, second only to water. He drank it religiously, sometimes more than water itself, and he believed novels were dangerous. Fiction, he argued, overstimulated the imagination and weakened the discipline of thought. He never owned a dog, not out of dislike, but because barking disrupted his concentration. Madison didn't need a companion. He needed silence. His idea of comfort was a flask of whiskey, a stack of philosophical treatises, and maybe just might be a logic puzzle. He once had a dream in which books attacked him. He interpreted it as a warning to stop overstudying. He did not stop. Madison's idea of leisure was cipher games, anagrams, and writing philosophy aloud to himself, using different voices for different arguments. His marriage to Dolly Madison is one of the great ironies of presidential pairings. Where James was introverted, Dolly was a social storm. She loved parties. He hated guests. She dazzled in color. He wore black like a clergyman in mourning, but they worked. Somehow, she gave him sparkle. He gave her gravitas. She preserved the White House portrait of Washington during the War of 1812. He preserved the architecture of American liberty. And he feared being buried alive. Yes, like Washington, Madison had a phobia of premature burial. He left specific instructions to delay entombment. He also disliked mirrors, believing they reflected vanity. Most of the time, he avoided looking into them entirely. Madison didn't just help draft the Constitution. He didn't just write the Bill of Rights. He outlived every other founding father, dying at age 85. A man who thought himself frail, weak, on the edge of death every day outlasted them all. He died in his bed, not in battle, not in office. And his last recorded words were simple, quiet, and poignant. Nothing more than a change of mind, my dear. Next up, the last founding father president, James Monroe. The man who wore a powdered wig long after they went out of style, carried a bullet in his shoulder for decades, and named the trees on his property like they were old war buddies. James Monroe. If James Madison was the quiet architect of American democracy, James Monroe was its weathered builder, stoic, scarred, and strangely ceremonial. He didn't invent systems. He inherited them. And he wore the weight of that inheritance like a powder-stained waistcoat, literally. Monroe was the last U.S. president to wear a powdered wig. By the time others were embracing cleaner lines and simpler cuts, Monroe still walked around dressed like a Revolutionary War reenactor who never got the memo that the war had ended. And in a way, that's exactly who he was. Monroe carried a bullet in his shoulder for most of his adult life. It had been lodged there since the Revolutionary War, a literal chunk of history embedded in his flesh. The bullet never came out. He just lived with it, carried it like a keepsake, a reminder that independence was earned in gunpowder and blood, not declarations and ink. He didn't trust banks. At all. In fact, he had an intense fear of them. Monroe preferred coins, barter, and tangible things. He believed paper money was phantom wealth trickery wrapped in ink. He'd rather trade goods than trust ledgers. This wasn't some eccentric quirk. It was philosophical. To Monroe, currency was only as honest as the man holding it. And let's be honest, he didn't trust many men. When it came to fashion, Monroe lagged behind centuries. His clothing remained outdated well into his presidency, making him look like a colonial specter at state dinners. He preferred silence in the morning and spoke to busts of ancient philosophers when no one was around. His staff thought it was a joke. It wasn't. He actually asked them questions. What would you do, Cicero? Silence, nods, thoughtfulness. The busts never answered. And that's how he liked it. Monroe's fear of vanity ran deep. He disliked mirrors and kept as few as possible in his home. When forced to sit for portraits, he had to be coaxed often with the promise of alcohol. and once he finally agreed to be painted, he stared off like a ghost distracted by thunder. Speaking of thunder, he believed it was an omen. Monroe had a superstitious streak running right through the middle of his Enlightenment exterior. He once hid in his cellar during a particularly loud storm, convinced it was a bad sign. That same year, he also started counting his steps aloud while climbing stairs. When asked why, he said it gave him control. Of what? Unknown. But control, always, was the goal. This was a man who believed paint colors could alter moods. He arranged the rooms in his house by emotional tone-warm hues for optimism, cooler tones for reflection. He believed hot water baths sapped energy, so he only bathed in cold. He refused to eat in front of strangers, calling it animalistic. He once chewed licorice root to calm anxiety during a state negotiation. He slept in his study, sometimes on the floor. He thought dreams had practical meaning. He grew his fingernails just slightly long and filed them into subtle points. People noticed. They didn't ask. His garden wasn't for show. He disliked pets, but allowed squirrels to live freely among his plants, calling them residents. He named the trees on his property, seriously named them, and treated them like comrades in arms. That oak over there, that's old Independence. Whether the tree earned the name or simply stood its ground for a few hundred seasons, no one ever clarified. He didn't whistle indoors, claimed it invited mischief. He banned the word nice from his household, said it was a dead word, lifeless, vague, deceitful in its simplicity. Instead, he preferred clarity. "Is the meal good or tolerable?" he once asked a guest. "It's nice," they answered. He did not speak to them again that evening. Monroe collected a stone from every U.S. state, called them his Union Bones. He stored them in a handmade display case, each labeled not by geological category but by emotional memory. New York, tension. Georgia, solitude. Kentucky, it was less a rock collection and more a psychological map of the Republic. And then there's the end. James Monroe died like Jefferson and Adamson the 4th of July. Not a metaphor. Not a fable. He became the third president in a row to die on the exact date of America's birth. Independence Day, 55 years after the Declaration, as if the Republic was pulling them all back, one by one, to mark the turning of its own celestial clock. He died nearly penniless. His estate was deep in debt, his powdered wig long out of fashion, his philosophies increasingly obsolete, but his legacy, immense. He gave America the Monroe Doctrinian audacious geopolitical firewall. He expanded the country's reach, kept its enemies at bay, and offered a vision of America not as a fledgling state, but as a hemispheric force. Monroe wasn't flashy, he wasn't eloquent, but he was resolute, still, immovable, like one of the named trees on his estate. And once, long ago, he stood in the line of fire, took a bullet to the shoulder, and never flinched. And now, from powdered wigs and talking to busts, we pivot sharply. Because next comes a president who swam naked in the Potomac, kept an alligator in the White House, and believed dreams could solve moral crises. Meet John Quincy Adams, and buckle up. We're about to go full existential fever dream. John Quincy Adams. John Quincy Adams wasn't just the son of a presidente, was the reincarnation of Enlightenment neurosis in breeches. If his father, John Adams, was a firework of intellect and irritation, John Quincy was the glowing ember that burned quietly, relentlessly, and often alone. His presidency was brief, but his habits, eternal. This was a man who didn't just think outside the box. He turned the box into a metaphor for civic responsibility and then swam naked past it. Yes, swam naked, in the Potomac River, almost every morning, including during his presidency. before breakfast, before meetings, before America. The sixth president of the United States would strip down and plunge into the chilly water, letting the currents sweep over his contradictions. And occasionally, local reporters would hide in the bushes just to confirm it. One journalist even tried to steal his clothes once to force an interview. Adams didn't flinch. He just waited, naked, and then went about his day. He also kept a pet alligator in the White House. No, not metaphorically. A literal alligator, gifted by the Marquis de Lafayette, which lived in the East Room bathroom. Guests were told to avoid that particular restroom. Adams didn't just tolerate I've loved it. He found it amusing, practical, and slightly poetic. A predator in the pipes of power. Fitting. Adams walked over 5 miles a day. Not for exercise, though, it certainly helped, but for mental recalibration. He would talk to himself the entire time, loudly, in multiple languages. Latin, Greek, French, English, all in a single sentence sometimes. He believed walking barefoot on wet grass improved his eyesight. He also believed headaches could be cured by soaking one's feet in vinegar. He wrote in his diary almost every single day for over 60 years. That's more than 15,000 pages, a psychological cathedral built one line at a time. He recorded the weather, his dreams, his fears, his failures, and occasionally, the emotional texture of fruit. He once described an apple as having a moral structure. This was a man who debated theology with himself and gave birds informal names just so he could track their behavior across seasons. He didn't just walk through forests, she debated them. He carved inspirational quotes into tree trunks, sang hymns during solitary hikes, rehearsed poetry aloud to squirrels. When faced with political dilemmas, he'd walk in precise circles for hours, speaking in monologue form, letting his shadow argue back. He believed dreams contained omens, and if those dreams involved fire, that meant he had forgotten something important. He trained himself to read upside down. Why? So he could read documents across from people without appearing too curious. He believed in object redemption, the idea that broken household items could still serve moral functions. He kept cracked mugs, worn-out quills, and snapped combs stored in drawers labeled "Service Still." Adams didn't smile in portraits. He believed joy was undignified in official renderings. He kept a broken inkwell on his desk for years because it reminded him that words are fragile. He hated wearing hats, even in winter. He weighed himself every single morning and tracked fluctuations in weight like a stock market of the soul. He gave himself letter grades on his moral behavior. At the end of each day, he'd write things like B+ in civility, C in humility. He once fasted for an entire weekend because he felt spiritually off. He refused to celebrate his birthday and regularly recorded how many letters he received in a year as if correspondence measured worth. He once refused a royal dinner invitation because he believed the centerpiece pyramid of roasted birds was morally excessive. He viewed silence at meals as an act of resistance and would occasionally go entire dinners without speaking a word just to prove a point. He practiced fencing into his 60s and could still do 20-mile hikes into old age, preferably in inappropriate footwear. But his most haunting act? He died at his desk, literally, after suffering a stroke on the floor of the U.S. House of Representatives, where he was still serving Adams, was carried into a side room and propped in a chair. He never left it. His last breath came not at home, not in bed, but at the center of the political machinery he had spent his life tending. A man who feared irrelevance died mid-debate. John Quincy Adams was not a great president, even he would admit that, but he was a relentless servant of the Republic, a philosophical engine trapped in a human frame. A man who used dreams as moral compasses, walked backward up hills to test discipline, and talked to his plants like they were senators. And next, we leave the forests of moral introspection and step into a gunpowder storm. Because Andrew Jackson is coming. And he's bringing duels, bullets, a cursing parrot, and enough raw fury to burn through the Constitution with a stare. Andrew Jackson. Andrew Jackson didn't walk into the White House. He stormed it. Swaggered in with a bullet lodged in his chest, a cane in one hand, and a chip on his shoulder big enough to warrant its own cabinet position. He wasn't a politician in the traditional sense. He was a frontier myth with a payroll. And where his predecessors spoke in Enlightenment ideals, Jackson barked, spat, and dared anyone to stop him. Let's talk about the duels. Jackson participated in over 100 of them, possibly more. No one really kept count because, after the first dozen, people just stopped asking. He once killed a man over an insult to his wife and a disagreement about a horse race. Jackson took offense, the way others took water frequently, and with survival-level necessity. One of those duels left him with a bullet in his chest. It never came out. He lived with it for over 40 years, wheezing slightly every time he laughed. Not that he laughed often. He also had a parrot. A parrot that swore so violently it was kicked out of his funeral. This is not an exaggeration. During the solemn proceedings, the bird started cussing in such fluent obscenity that guests were forced to remove it. Who taught the bird such language? Jackson, obviously. The man didn't just command army-esh taught parrots how to insult them. Then there's the assassination attempt. Jackson was the first U.S. president targeted for assassination. A man approached him in public with 2 pistols. Both misfired. So what did Jackson do? He beat the would-be assassin with his cane until the crowd pulled him off. That's not presidential behavior, that's barroom legend. Jackson didn't wait for security. He was security. He was vengeance in tailored wool. His distrust of banks was pathological. He despised them so much that he removed federal deposits from the Second Bank of the United States and distributed the money to smaller state banks, sparking what would become the Panic of 1837. Jackson didn't care. He believed banks were instruments of elite manipulation. He kept his own money in jars, buried, labeled, guarded. When asked if this was paranoia, he said it was caution in the company of thieves. He didn't trust paper money either. He preferred gold coins, real things, heavy things, things you could bite. He'd literally bite his coins to test them. And if you handed him a note instead, he'd consider it an insult to his intelligence. He was a chain-spitting, cane-wielding, profanity-slinging engine of populist rage. Jackson chewed tobacco constantly and spat wherever he pleased, including during cabinet meetings. If you were seated near him, you learned quickly to lean left. His boots were battered, his temper legendary, his ethics flexible. Jackson allowed his dogs to sleep in his bedroom and sometimes in his bed. He called dinner parties a waste of bourbon and breath. He had a cannon installed outside his bedroom for protection. Not symbolic, functional, loaded. He once referred to Congress as a bunch of crows pecking at a corpse. He didn't just insult his enemies, named furniture after them, and then insulted the furniture. He believed cats were witches' spies and banned them from the White House. He talked to paintings when alone, especially portraits of his wife and his military heroes. He burned letters from people he disliked often without reading them. He carried a locket of his wife's hair around his neck until his death and never remarried. He believed owls were unlucky and once fired a shotgun at one perched near his window at night. Missed the owl, scared the entire staff. He hosted political meetings in his bedroom, in his nightshirt, with his cane across his lap like a judge's gavel. He referred to his fireplace as the only honest thing in Washington. He never apologized. Not once. To anyone. Ever. He believed apologizing was a weakening of will. When asked if he regretted any of his decisions, Jackson replied, "I regret I could not have hanged Calhoun. That was his own vice president. And yet somehow he paid off the national debt. Completely. The only president in U.S. history to do so. It didn't last, of course. But for a moment, the books were clean." Jackson saw it not as financial stewardship but as a final blow to the bankers he despised, a victory lap carved into ledgers and sealed with gold. He believed sneezing mid-conversation was a sign of lying. He carved insults into trees near his property line to annoy a neighbor. He thought mirrors were dangerous if stared at too long. He believed his scar from a British officer's sword received as a teenage prisoner during the Revolutionary War was a mark of destiny. And when he died, he did so convinced that he had done God's work. His critics believed the opposite. To them, he was chaos in human form, a hammer swung at the glass heart of constitutional order. But history doesn't just judge by calmness. Sometimes it judges by fire. And Jackson was fire, wrapped in rough wool and dipped in chewing tobacco. Coming next, Martin van Buren, man known as the Little Magician, a dandy in tight trousers, a master of backroom deals, and the first president born after the American Revolution. He didn't duel, but he did collect walking sticks, fear umbrellas, and call red clothing trust repellent. Martin van Buren. Martin van Buren was many things: slick, shrewd, styled like a 19th century fashion plate. But above all, he was a master illusionist. Not with cards or coins, but with politics. They called him the Little Magician, and not because of his stature, though he was only 5'6". It was because Van Buren could make entire factions disappear, reappear, and align with a smirk, a handshake, or a dinner party. He didn't fight duels. He didn't fight at all. He charmed. He smiled. And underneath that charm, he engineered one of the most complex political machines the early republic had ever seen. Van Buren was the first U.S. president born as an American citizen. Everyone before him had been born before 1776, technically British subjects. He wasn't just a political descendant of the founding father. She was their first real heir. But don't mistake legacy for loyalty. Van Buren wasn't interested in rehashing the revolution. He was building a new empire, the Democratic Party. And he did it in lavender gloves. Yes, Van Buren wore lavender-scented gloves and handkerchiefs everywhere he went. He was obsessed with personal grooming, spending nearly an hour each day on his sideburns alone. His trousers were famously tight-tailored, so close to the leg that some colleagues joked he needed to be sewn into them. He rejected the rugged look of Andrew Jackson, even though he'd been Jackson's hand-picked successor. Where Jackson was rawhide, Van Buren was velvet. And he didn't care who noticed. He loathed nicknames. Ironically, he had dozens. Marty was the worst offender. He despised it so much that he once refused entry to a man who used it in conversation. He was Martin, or Mr. President, nothing less. And yet behind his back, people called him the Red Fox of Kinderhook, a nod to his cleverness and his fiery sideburns. He collected walking sticks, not just a few, over 200. Many had secret compartments, carved initials, or odd handles. Some he never used, some he just liked to look at. They were trophies, tools, symbols, each one a quiet nod to power negotiated rather than seized. Van Buren never drank alcohol, but he hosted lavish parties with plenty of it. His social life was smoke and mirrors. He appeared jovial, warm, even decadent. But behind closed doors, he was all calculation. Every dinner guest had a purpose. Every seating arrangement was a chess move. He once hosted an all-orange dinner decorations, lighting, food all in shades of citrus. Why? No one knows. Maybe it was a distraction. Maybe it was a test. Maybe it was just another sleight of hand. He refused to use the word ain't, called it a linguistic crime. He wrote poetry about buttons, which he described as the most dignified part of clothing. He often read aloud to himself in dramatic voices, sometimes in public parks, pretending not to notice the stares. He used rose water to polish his shoes. He believed umbrellas were sky shields, and refused to use one unless it matched his suit exactly. He was obsessed with luck, carried a lucky coin, consulted dream journals. He believed sneezing in threes was cosmic approval. If you sneezed twice around him, he'd pause. A third sneeze? He'd nod and proceed. He feared red clothing, said it made people trust you less. His entire wardrobe followed a logic system known only to him and perhaps one very patient tailor. He once asked a portrait painter to make him look uglier. Why? To seem more relatable. Vanity through anti-vanity. He kept a toothpick case shaped like a tiny carriage. He believed cabbage soup increased memory retention and ate it weekly. He played solitaire every day and tracked his win-loss record in a private notebook. He hated facial hair and believed beards were a sign of instability. He avoided handshakes when possible, fearing they drained his energy. He never answered yes or no questions, directly claimed truth resides in the gray. He called sneezing a message from the unseen. He wrote thank you letters to trees. Yes, actual trees. Dear Elm, one began, your patience has not gone unnoticed. He died convinced he'd be remembered more as a stylist than a statesman. And in a way he was right. Van Buren's true genius wasn't in battle, law, or great speeches. It was in machinery. The political kind. He helped build the two-party system. He professionalized campaigning. He understood the modern age before it arrived, and dressed for it too. Martin Van Buren was not a hero. He was not a villain. He was a mirror. He reflected the era's anxieties, its ambitions, its need for smooth surfaces and hidden levers. If Jackson broke the system, Van Buren quietly rebuilt eye-tone velvet glove at a time. And next up, we shift from elegance to extremity. William Henry Harrison is waiting. A man who delivered the longest inaugural speech in history, caught pneumonia, and died 31 days into office. But before that, he talked to his hat, smoked pipes backwards, and once tried to domesticate a raccoon named Judge Grumble. William Henry Harrison. William Henry Harrison's presidency was so short it could be binge-watched during a long lunch break. 31 days, that's it. The shortest presidency in U.S. history. But don't let the brevity fool you. Harrison packed more eccentricity into those 31 days than some presidents manage in 2 terms. Before he was a punchline for died of a cold, he was a soldier, a diplomat, and a man who once tried to train a raccoon to smoke a pipe. His name may be abbreviated in history, but his weirdness was full length. Let's start with the inaugural address. It was freezing. The wind was slicing through the crowd like a bayonet. Everyone was shivering. Everyone but Harrison. He stood there, bareheaded, coatless, and determined to speak, and speak, and speak. His inaugural address clocked in at over 8,000 words, the longest in history. Nearly 2 hours in the icy air, reciting classical references and policy dreams to a crowd too frozen to care. His friends begged him to shorten it. He refused. Harrison had something to prove. That he wasn't just the log cabin candidate, the folksy war hero. He was a thinker, a statesman, a man of letters. Days later, he developed a cold. Within weeks, that cold turned into pneumonia. And just like that, he was gone. But the illness isn't even the weirdest part. Harrison ignored doctors. He believed in sweating out sickness, often wrapping himself in heavy blankets and drinking hot liquor to drive out the chill. He thought medicine was mostly superstition, which, ironically, was how doctors of the time felt about hygiene. But rewind. Before he was president, Harrison was already an American folk legend. He earned fame at the Battle of Tippecanoe, where he fought Tecumseh's forces and came out the kind of hero that people put on buttons. His campaign slogan, Tippecanoe and Tyler too, became one of the first viral political slogans in U.S. history. But Harrison didn't just fight battles. He collected odd habits. He once claimed to be able to hear storms coming by sensing pressure in his fingernails. He slept in a semi-reclined position, claiming it helped him dream in straighter lines. He addressed his own hat as Sir. Not just once, regularly. He believed hats absorbed personality over time. His favorite one was called Old Constitution, and he refused to wear it in bad moods, didn't want to taint the fabric. He smoked a pipe backwards for a month because a Native American elder told him it would open vision. He did not report any visions, but claimed his sinuses had never felt better. He also believed that shaving too often weakened the resolve, so he let his beard grow in every winter, calling it facing the frost with face. Then there was the raccoon, Judge Grumble. A wild raccoon that Harrison rescued as a young man and tried to domesticate. He fed it cornbread, gave it a blanket, and even attempted to teach it how to sit upright at mealtime. He claimed Grumble could nod yes and no, and once referred to him as more morally upright than half of Congress. The raccoon eventually escaped, but Harrison insisted it had left to serve a higher purpose. He once challenged a critic to a duel using hay forks instead of pistols. The critic declined, and Harrison declared moral victory. He believed owls were lucky, whistled tunes from memory to predict rain, and was convinced that if you sneezed before sunrise, your dreams would come true faster. He didn't believe in ghosts, but he once stayed up all night arguing with a Bible passage about spirits. He refused to use the White House bed, sleeping instead on a cot by the fireplace. Said the real bed was too imperial. He wore shoes made of bark-tanned leather, which squeaked when he walked, making him sound like a haunted rocking chair during late-night pacing. He believed being barefoot for 15 minutes a day reconnected him to the ground. He spoke Latin in his sleep and sometimes switched to French mid-snore. His favorite drink? Hard cider. Not because he loved the taste he didn't, but because it became a campaign symbol. Supporters portrayed him as a common man who drank cider in a log cabin. The truth? He was from a wealthy Virginia family and preferred Madeira wine, but Harrison ran with the image. He let the lie become legend. The log cabin and cider brand stuck, and it helped launch him to the presidency. But the irony? He barely got to unpack. 31 days. That was the span of William Henry Harrison's presidency. No vetoes, no laws signed, no sweeping reforms, just speeches, pneumonia, and legacy by absence. He entered the White House with a parade and left it under a flag at half-mast. And yet, in that blink of an eye tenure, he left behind the ultimate presidential lesson: don't let your ego write checks your immune system can't cash. Next up, the man who inherited the office before he had a chance to unpack his own desk, John Tyler. A president with 15 children, a nation that never fully accepted him, and a retirement so controversial that it literally erased him from history, until it didn't. John Tyler. John Tyler was the presidential equivalent of a loophole. Nobody expected him to lead the country. He was elected as vice president, a token nod to Southern support. But then Harrison died just 31 days into his term. Tyler was in. Just like that. America's first accidental president. No election, no campaign, just one long, awkward transition from political footnote to commander-in-chief. At first, people didn't even want to call him president. They used terms like vice president acting as president, or his accidency, which sounds like a medieval insult but was absolutely real. Tyler didn't care. He insisted on the full title. He moved into the White House, held cabinet meetings, and made decisions like he had been elected in a landslide. And when his cabinet balked, he fired them. All of them. Tyler believed in destiny. Hard. He once claimed he dreamed of being president as a child standing alone on a rocky hilltop, the wind whipping through his cloak. He had this image stuck in his head and interpreted every turn of fortune as confirmation. A letter misplaced, a divine signal, a cloud shaped like a quill, constitutional approval. He was a walking prophecy in a frock coat. He had 15 children. 15. Still, the most of any U.S. president. His house was less a home and more a small village. He married twice, once in his 20s, once in his 60s. His second wife was 30 years younger than he was. Their courtship included poetry, long walks, and the occasional harp recital, because of course it did. He kept a pet canary that he swore could mimic political arguments. Visitors said the bird shrieked and muttered like a miniature congressman. Tyler taught it to chirp whenever someone mentioned the Bank of the United States. He claimed it could recognize Henry Clay's name and react with a specific squawk. Whether that was training or coincidence, no one knows. But it fits. Tyler didn't just believe in strong presidential power, he embodied it. When Congress passed bills he didn't like, he vetoed them, repeatedly. Eventually, members of his own party tried to expel him. He was the first president to face a serious threat of impeachment. One newspaper headline asked, "Who is this Tyler, and why does he think he's in charge?" The country wasn't just confused, it was annoyed. He refused to compromise on almost anything. That made him a terrible politician, but a strangely compelling figure. Tyler was all in, all the time. He saw the presidency not as a job, but a calling. And that calling didn't include focus groups or approval ratings. He once refused to endorse a bill simply because it smelled of mischief. No further explanation, just a sniff and a no. He was a classical music fanatic, played the violin, badly, but passionately. He believed certain notes could improve digestion. He often scheduled violin time after heavy meals. He thought rainwater tasted purer when caught in copper bowls and filtered it through cheesecloth before drinking. He only wore silk socks, said they helped maintain moral clarity. He disliked mirrors, believed they reversed your thoughts along with your image. He kept one covered with a cloth in his bedroom, only uncovering it on Sundays. He was afraid of fire. Not in the normal sense, he was specifically afraid of sudden, spontaneous fire. He refused to keep too many candles in a single room. Once refused to stay in a hotel because he saw 3 lit sconces in the lobby and called it arsonists. He was also a stickler for letter writing etiquette. He once returned a letter unopened because the sender used a comma instead of a semicolon after his name. He didn't use the word okay, considering it a truncated vulgarity. Ironically, he's one of the reasons the term gained political traction, thanks to the campaign slogan, "Okay," associated with his predecessor. Van Buren. History has a sense of humor. Tyler's post-presidency was even weirder. When the Civil War broke out, he sided with the Confederacy. He was elected to the Confederate House of Representatives, but died before taking his seat. The U.S. government refused to recognize his death officially. No mourning in Congress, no flag at half-mast. To the Union, Tyler had ceased to exist. And for a while, history forgot him. His name faded, his legacy blurred, his presidency treated like an administrative error. But there he stands etched into the line of American leadership. The first man to prove the Constitution didn't have all the answers, and sometimes destiny doesn't wait for permission. Next up, James K. Polk, man who came into office with a to-do list, did all of it in one term, refused to run again, and died 3 months later. He expanded the U.S. by over 1 million square miles, never took vacations, and wrote his enemies' names in a locked journal titled, "For Correction." James K. Polk. James K. Polk was the only U.S. president who showed up to work like he was trying to finish early and never come back. He had one term, one mission, and one mindset: expand the country, fulfill manifest destiny, and make absolutely no friends while doing it. Polk wasn't charismatic. He wasn't flashy. He was an unstoppable, sleep-deprived, paperwork-obsessed machine who treated the presidency like a 4-year contract gig with world-altering deliverables. He came into office with what was essentially a presidential to-do list. 4 main goals, 1 term, no nonsense. He wanted to acquire California, settle the Oregon Territory dispute with Britain, reform the banking system, and lower tariffs. Spoiler, he did all of it, every single item, in 4 years. and then he left. Polk didn't want to be loved. He wanted to be effective, and he was almost obsessively so. He worked 12-hour days, rarely took breaks, and considered vacations a sign of moral weakness. He once berated an aide for yawning. "Your mouth is not a door," he said. He believed sleep was a misallocation of ambition, and reportedly went days with only brief naps on his office couch. He was nicknamed Napoleon of the Stump, not for his height, though he was short, but for his brutal efficiency. His speeches were long, dry, and devastatingly logical. He didn't charm audiences, he ground them down with facts. Listening to Polk was like getting hit by a textbook, slowly, repeatedly. And yet, the man was all theater when it came to control. He reviewed every letter that entered the White House, every memo, every schedule. He edited correspondence from his own cabinet members to improve the tone. He once made his secretary rewrite a 3-word note because the punctuation lacked spine. Polk didn't delegate, he dictated. He kept a private journal, thick, leather-bound tome, filled with meticulous notes on daily events, private opinions, and political grudges. It wasn't a diary, it was a tactical document. If Polk disliked you, your name went into it. He titled one section, Corrections, where he listed enemies he planned to ruin. No names have been publicly confirmed, but scholars believe entire chapters are just revenge strategy. He didn't drink, he didn't dance, he didn't tell jokes. Polk thought humor undermined seriousness. He only smiled when alone, and even then, only when appropriate. He was the only president whose own wife described him as a man of deliberate silences. And he wasn't even offended. He agreed. He was also deeply superstitious. He carried a coin engraved with a Latin prayer and refused to eat corn on Thursdays, believing it brought on disputes. He wore the same boots for every major decision, believing they were stability incarnate. His boots had names. One was called Union, the other Purpose. He whispered to them before speeches. Again, not a metaphor. He believed handwriting revealed character. He once declined a job applicant based on how the man formed his capital R's. Too rigid, he said. Too authoritarian. He used a specific pen made from eagle feathers and stored it in a velvet box lined with sandpaper to sharpen resolve, he claimed. He didn't allow music in the White House, not even at state dinners. Harmony is for treaties, he once told a guest, not parties. When his wife asked if she could host a ball, he replied, "Only if it advances Oregon." Polk expanded the U.S. by over 1.2 million square miles. That's Texas, California, Arizona, Nevada, Utah, and parts of several other states. He effectively redrew the map of the nation in 4 years, and then walked away like it was just another errand. No fanfare, no encore, just done. And then he died. 3 months after leaving office, Polk was dead from cholera. Some say it was exhaustion, some say it was fate. All agree it was fast. He had gone from the most powerful man in America to a grave plot in Nashville in less time than it takes to train a decent intern. James K. Polk was not warm. He was not fun. But he was lightning in a bottle. The kind of leader who burned too bright to last. He didn't build consensus-y bulldozed obstacles. And then, when the job was done, he disappeared. Like he'd never been there. Like it had all been a well-managed hallucination. Coming next, Zachary Taylor, rough-hewn general who never voted until he was elected president, couldn't remember what party he belonged to, and once tried to fix a cabinet argument with a plate of raw vegetables and a loaded musket. Zachary Taylor. Zachary Taylor looked like a man who could wrestle a bear and then forget why he did it. Gruff, leathery, and stubborn as sun-baked iron, he stumbled into the presidency like a Civil War reenactor who took a wrong turn into a political rally. He never voted in a presidential election before his own. Didn't trust parties. didn't care for speeches, and once told a senator, "I'd rather dig latrines than read another treaty." This was a president who didn't read newspapers at all. When told by aides that he should be more aware of public opinion, Taylor replied, "Let the people govern the people. I'm here to keep the lights on." He treated the presidency like an extension of his military commandantly with less mud and more silk upholstery. He was a general through and through, and his approach to governance reflected it. Simple orders, swift execution, zero small talk. He earned the nickname Old Rough and Ready during the Mexican-American War, where he famously wore civilian clothes into battle, not as a disguise, just because uniforms itched. Picture that, a future president in a straw hat and dusty trousers, leading men into cannon fire, occasionally pausing to spit and adjust his suspenders. He fought like a folk hero but led like a reluctant dad forced to manage a PTA meeting. His diet was the stuff of cautionary tales. Taylor had a daily habit of downing a huge bowl of raw cherries and a tall glass of iced milk, sometimes multiple times a day. It wasn't just a snack, it was ritual. He believed the acidity of the cherries and the chill of the milk kept his constitution firm. Spoiler, it didn't. He died after one of these exact meals. Whether it was cholera, gastroenteritis, or divine punishment for mixing fruit with dairy, no one knows for sure. He never really knew what political party he belonged to. He was nominated by the Whigs because he was a war hero and looked good on posters. At one campaign stop, someone asked his stance on tariffs. He said, "What's a tariff?" People laughed. He didn't. He genuinely wasn't sure. Taylor wasn't much for suits either. He preferred wearing old military jackets, often with mismatched buttons, and trousers that had clearly seen better wars. At White House dinners, he sometimes showed up with his boots still crusted in dirt. One guest described him as half frontier legend, half barn ghost. Another claimed Taylor once cleaned his fingernails with a fork during dessert. Despite his general roughness, Taylor had a weirdly tender side. He kept a locket of his daughter's hair in his breast pocket and would occasionally open it during cabinet meetings for moral clarity. He also carried a rock, just a regular stone, smooth and round. He'd found it during a siege and decided it brought good luck. It lived in his coat until the day he died. Taylor didn't speak much. He preferred nods, grunts, and monosyllables. His staff joked that interpreting the president was like learning a new dialect of silence. Once, when pressed for a decision on a bill, he handed back the document with the word "maybe" scratched across the top. That was his veto. He loved horses more than people. Kept a stable with names like Liberty, Whiskey, and General Mute. He believed horses could sense a man's honor and often asked them what they thought of visiting dignitaries. No one could tell if he was joking, not even the horses. When arguments broke out among his cabinet, Taylor had a tactic: bring out a bowl of raw vegetables and a loaded musket, not to use the gun just to remind everyone he'd seen worse. He'd place the musket on the table, snap a carrot in half, and stare until the room quieted down. It worked more often than it should have. He believed bathing more than once a week confused the body's sense of timing. He used whiskey as mouthwash. He thought music made the brain soft and refused to allow live performances in the White House. When his wife insisted on hiring a piano player, Taylor made the man play from the hallway. And yet, for all his quirks, Taylor was quietly principled. When Southern leaders began to murmur about secession, Taylor himself, a Southern slave owner, threatened to personally lead the U.S. Army against them. "I will hang them as high as Haman," he said. He didn't bluff. Everyone knew he didn't bluff. That's what made it terrifying. He didn't live long enough to follow through. A year and 4 months into his presidency, he died, suddenly, just days after attending 4th of July celebrations and downing his beloved cherries and milk. Conspiracy theories bloomed like mold. Poison, foul play, bad plumbing. But most historians agree. The man who survived countless battles was finally defeated by his own stomach. Next up, Millard Fillmore. The man whose name sounds fictional, who installed the first White House bathtub, vetoed everything with librarian, like precision, and once tried to learn Swedish just to impress a diplomat's wife only to forget it all in a single nap. Millard Fillmore. Millard Fillmore is the kind of name that sounds like it should belong to a character in a Dickens novel, not the 13th President of the United States. And yet, there he sits in the timeline, wedged between a war hero and the explosion of sectional conflict like a polite comma in a sentence full of exclamation points. He didn't seek the presidency. It sort of happened to him, like jury duty, or a very formal prank. Fillmore came into office after the sudden death of Zachary Taylor. One minute he was a vice president, with barely any influence. The next, he was in the White House, looking like someone had hit him with the realization that he now had to run a deeply divided nation. He wasn't dynamic. He wasn't dramatic. He was available. But don't let the beige persona fool you. Fillmore had quirks, quiet, bookish, deeply peculiar quirks. He was the first president to install a bathtub in the White House, not a minor plumbing upgrade. A full porcelain tub, which he personally oversaw like it was a military campaign. He believed bathing regularly improved moral clarity. Once claimed he had his best ideas in the tub, though none of them have been recorded. He also introduced the first official library to the White House. Not a few shelves of dusty old law books, a full collection, with cataloging systems and reading schedules. He read voraciously, encyclopedias, almanacs, trade journals. Once, he tried to read the Bible in Latin just to experience the nuance. When asked how far he got, he said, Genesis, several times. Fillmore loved dictionaries. He read them recreationally, kept one on his desk, another by his bed, and a pocket-sized version in his coat. He once corrected a senator's grammar in the middle of a speech. Not to be rude just because language demands fidelity. This did not endear him to Congress. He had a precise diet, boiled meats, steamed vegetables, nothing fussy. He believed sauces were distractions. If the flavor isn't honest, the food is a lie, he once declared. He drank hot water with lemon at meals and thought coffee encouraged recklessness. He also chewed his food exactly 32 times per bite, not 31, not 33. Fillmore was a stickler for etiquette, once declined to shake hands with a man because his glove had a loose button, said it disrupted the symmetry of the greeting. He polished his shoes nightly, even if he hadn't left the house. He believed disorder in appearance invited disorder in thought. And then there's the Swedish incident. At one state dinner, Fillmore became enamored with the wife of a visiting Swedish diplomat, not romantically, intellectually. She spoke 6 languages. So, Fillmore decided to learn Swedish from scratch. Within weeks, he was practicing phrases aloud during cabinet meetings. Eventually, he tried to deliver a toast in Swedish. It did not go well. He forgot half of it mid-sentence and defaulted to German. She was polite. He never spoke Swedish again. He vetoed bills like a librarian stamping overdue notices, quietly, firmly, relentlessly. He once vetoed a spending bill because he found the font difficult to read. When Congress pushed back, he sent it back a second time with edits in red ink. His penmanship was impeccable. His popularity, less so. Fillmore's most controversial act was signing the Fugitive Slave Act of 1850, which required escaped enslaved people to be returned to their enslaver 7 from free states. He did it to preserve the fragile compromise of 1850, but history judged it harshly. Fillmore, the man who alphabetized his socks, had tried to balance the moral ledger of a nation with a ruler and compass. It didn't work. He loved astronomy, kept a telescope on the White House roof, would disappear for hours stargazing, muttering about orbital logic. He believed certain constellations aligned with domestic tranquility. Once delayed a meeting because Mercury was in poor position. His cabinet didn't understand the reasoning, but they knew better than to argue when the stars said no. He was fond of taxidermy, not as a hobbyist, more as a curator. He filled a small room with stuffed birds, which he arranged by color rather than species. "Color is the first truth," he said, which made very little sense to ornithologists, but sounded vaguely poetic. He once hosted a tea party for his houseplants, arranged tiny cups, played classical music, read aloud from Cicero. When asked why, he simply replied, "Everything living appreciates dignity." Fillmore may not have believed in grand gestures, but he believed deeply in small, orderly rituals. They were his rebellion against a chaotic world. He never owned a pet, said they, complicated carpet maintenance. He trimmed his own hair. Believed barbers were unregulated philosophers. He preferred silence to music, monochrome suits to patterns, and inkwells organized by viscosity. And when his presidency ended, he slipped quietly out of office and into historical ambiguity. No fanfare, no scandal. Just a man who tried to apply index card logic to a country ripping at its seams. But coming up is a very different kind of President Franklin Pierce. Handsome, tragic, soft-spoken, and arguably one of the most haunted figures to ever sit behind the resolute desk. A man who drank his way through grief and once delivered his inaugural address from memory and under the weight of unspeakable personal loss. Franklin Pierce. Franklin Pierce might be the most tragic president you've never really thought about. Handsome, charming, well-spoken, and absolutely drowning in personal misery. His presidency was less about governance and more about slow-motion collapse. He entered office with a face made for portraits and left with a heart cracked in every direction. Some presidents die in office. Pierce just unraveled. Let's start with the train crash. Just weeks before his inauguration, Pierce and his wife Jane were on a train with their only surviving child, an 11-year-old boy named Benny. The train derailed and slid down an embankment. Pierce and Jane survived. Benny didn't. He was thrown from the wreck and killed instantly. Franklin found the boy's body. Jane never recovered. She interpreted the accident as divine punishment for her husband's political ambition. She retreated into black dresses, long silences, and writing letters to her dead son. So, imagine starting your presidency under those circumstances. Inauguration Day, the 4th of March, 1853. Franklin Pierce stepped up to deliver his address completely from memory. No notes. No teleprompter. Just a grieving father with a perfect recall and a void where his family used to be. And he gave the entire speech without stumbling once. It was mesmerizing and chilling. He was smiling. He had to be. But his eyes were somewhere else entirely. He was younginly 48, handsome enough to be called the handsomest man to ever be president. Curly hair, tall, broad, shouldered. Looked like he'd been carved for Mount Rushmore, but maybe for the side you don't see. He was popular, initially, a dark horse Democrat with military service, charisma, and a gift for speech. But inside, the man was wreckage. Pierce drank, quietly, steadily. He never admitted to being an alcoholic, but even his allies whispered about the bottle that followed him from New Hampshire to Washington. He'd disappear from meetings. His breath smelled of rye at noon. There are stories never confirmed of aides finding him passed out behind curtains in the White House. He denied it all. And in public, he stayed polished. He was anti-slavery in theory, pro-states' rights in practice, which made him useless. The country was splitting at the seams. The Kansas-Nebraska Act passed during his administration effectively nullified the Missouri Compromise and let territories decide whether they wanted slavery. The result? Bleeding Kansas. Literal bleeding. Armed clashes, border war. And Pierce? He condemned the violence but supported the law that caused it. He tried to sit on a fence that was already on fire. He was paralyzed by indecision, obsessed with appearances. He wanted to unite the country but had no idea how. He wrote speeches full of elegant flourishes and void of substance. He believed compromise would save the Union. He didn't understand that, by then, the Union was already on life support. He walked the halls of the White House at night, alone, often talking to himself, sometimes to portraits. Once, a servant heard him whispering to a framed photo of his son. "I'll be home soon," he said. Whether he meant it literally or spiritually is unclear. But the White House became a mausoleum. Jane wouldn't appear at most official functions. Pierce's laughter, when it came, sounded too sharp, like someone trying to impersonate joy. He had a pet bird that escaped within weeks of his presidency. He called it a sign. He slept poorly, ate little, refused to fire incompetent officials because they meant well. He ordered a full mirror removed from his study, saying it showed too much. He began carrying a handkerchief with his son's initials stitched in, which he pressed to his face during cabinet meetings. If anyone noticed, they didn't comment. He was the only president to be rejected by his own party for re-election. Not even considered. They didn't just decline to nominate him, they pretended he'd never happened. When he heard the news, he said, "There's nothing left to do but get drunk," which, by most accounts, he did. After leaving office, Pierce traveled. Europe, the Caribbean, wherever the climate and distance dulled the echoes. Jane died years later. He drifted into obscurity, writing long, elliptical letters to old friends, referencing dreams, ghosts, and political betrayals. He died from cirrhosis of the liver at age 64, quietly, alone. There was no presidential funeral, no national day of mourning, just a man who'd once ruled the country and now couldn't rule himself. And yet, there's something unforgettable about him. Franklin Pierce was a human fault line, not the cause of disaster, but the quiet signal before it all broke loose. He was a warning in the shape of a man. Proof that even the most photogenic leader can be hollowed out by grief, indecision, and the unbearable weight of pretending to hold a country together while falling apart inside. Next, James Buchanan, the only lifelong bachelor president. A man whose silence thundered as the country fractured, who wrote love letters in calligraphy, and once declared the Civil War avoidable while watching it unfold from the front porch of denial. James Buchanan. James Buchanan is the presidential version of a question left unanswered, the only lifelong bachelor to occupy the White House, and arguably the most inert figure ever to wield its power. When the nation needed a lighthouse, he flickered like a Victorian nightlight, dim, decorative, and tragically delayed. By the time Buchanan left office, the Civil War was already packing its bags. Let's begin with the silence. Buchanan believed the Constitution was sacred, unchangeable, untouchable, etched in divine ink. So when states began seceding, he responded not with action but with essays. Long, ponderous, exquisitely crafted letters explaining why he couldn't do anything. His solution to secession? Declare that it was illegal, but also declare that stopping it was unconstitutional. A paradox so inert it practically folded space-time. He believed in reason above all, but his reason was frozen in amber. He spoke in legal riddles. The Union, he said, is perpetual, unless the people vote otherwise. In which case, it is still perpetual. Southern states left the Union while Buchanan waxed poetic about the rights of states to obey federal law they had already abandoned. He lived with another man for over a decade, William Rufus King, a senator from Alabama, who he referred to as his better half. They shared a home, a bank account, and letters filled with delicate longing. Andrew Jackson mockingly called them Miss Nancy and Aunt Fancy. Historians still debate the nature of their relationship. What's certain is that when King died, Buchanan was inconsolable. He never married, never explained, never moved on. He wrote in calligraphy, not cursive calligraphy. Every letter was a performance, arches and flourishes, like a man composing treaties on parchment while the world bled ink. He once refused to send a letter because the quill didn't cooperate with the gravity of the sentiment. He believed handwriting was the soul's mirror. His was meticulous. Buchanan loved formality. He held state dinners that felt like funerals. No jokes, no dancing, just endless courses and awkward silences. He drank Madeira wine from crystal glasses engraved with tiny federal eagles. He believed chairs should match the architecture of the room, and he once fired a White House servant for folding napkins with undue haste. He had a fondness for orchids, kept them in a conservatory, arranged by scent, said the aroma of certain petals helped him balance thought. He wore cologne that smelled faintly of lemon and ink. He believed shoes should never creak, said the noise disrupted constitutional equilibrium. He kept 5 pairs of slippers, each for a different room. He had a fierce temper mostly directed at people who disrupted his sense of order. He once canceled an entire cabinet meeting because someone showed up in an unbuttoned vest. He considered gossip a moral failing. But he also wrote in a private journal about men who carried eyes like daggers and the silent heat of glances. When Southern militias seized federal forts, Buchanan's response was to pen a letter urging calm reflection. He still thought compromise was possible. Still believed a well-worded paragraph could undo a powder keg. When told that South Carolina had voted to secede, Buchanan sighed and said, "This is most unfortunate." Then he retired to bed. He didn't trust the press. He once accused a reporter of literary vandalism for calling him indecisive. He wrote rebuttals to editorials that no one read, sent them anyway. He saw himself not as a man of action, but of precedent. Every decision had to trace back to a footnote in some dusty volume of American jurisprudence. He had a strange obsession with the White House curtains, replaced them 3 times in 4 years. Once ordered a complete redraping because the sunlight altered the tone of reflection. He kept a globe in every room, not for navigation, for symbolism. The world, he said, should be seen in its roundness, not its fractures. Which is ironic, given what was coming. He believed America was a great debate, not a great experiment. But debates require rules, and the Civil War wasn't interested in decorum. As states seceded, Buchanan stared at the Constitution like it might suddenly come alive and solve the crisis. It didn't. By the end of his presidency, 7 states had left the Union. The federal government was paralyzed. And Buchanan? He was writing another letter. His successor, Abraham Lincoln, took office with armed guards, a divided nation, and no time for calligraphy. Buchanan retreated to his Pennsylvania estate, Wheatland, where he spent his final years defending his inaction. He published a memoir titled Mr. Buchanan's Administration on the Eve of Rebellion. It was 296 pages of finger-pointing, passive voice, and constitutional whatabouts. No one was convinced. He died in 1868, 3 years after the Civil War ended. His last words, according to legend, "History will vindicate my memory." It didn't. Not really. Next up, Abraham Lincoln, the rail, splitter, the emancipator, the log cabin philosopher who wrote poetry, wrestled for sport, told jokes to survive trauma, and somehow carried the full weight of a collapsing nation in his coat pocket next to a Confederate dollar and a worn-out speech about mercy. Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln was a man built out of contradictions. He looked like a scarecrow animated by sorrow and stories, and spoke like a prophet trying to pass as a farmer. He wore his grief like a coat, his humor like a shield, and his presidency like a sentence passed down from the heavens. And yet, despite the weight, despite the war, despite the overwhelming magnitude of the moment, remained astonishingly human. Lincoln was not a man of polish. He was a man of polish remover. He stripped things down to their bones. Ideas, laws, jokes, truths. He carved clarity out of chaos. And when he couldn't, he paced the floor of the White House muttering to himself and reading Shakespeare by candlelight until the furniture creaked. He was the first president born in a log cabin, and not a cutesy replica genuine one-room Kentucky frontier cabin with a dirt floor and no windows. He grew up with an axe in one hand and a book in the other. He had less than a year of formal education, but read everything he could get his fingers on. Aesop, the Bible, Blackstone's commentaries, poetry, newspapers, law books. If it had words, Lincoln inhaled it. He told jokes constantly. He told them to generals, to Congress, to guests, to children, to himself. They weren't always funny, but they were always strategic. Lincoln knew that in a room full of anger, laughter could disarm faster than any legislation. His stories, his homespun metaphors, his country cadences, they weren't just charm, they were armor. He was also deeply melancholic. Today, we'd probably call it depression. He referred to it as the hypo, his shorthand for hypochondria, the old-fashioned word for mental anguish. He wrote poetry about graves and ghosts. He stared out windows for hours. He once told a friend that if he didn't laugh, he would cry himself into the ground. He carried notes in his hat, notebooks, letters, scraps of speeches. His stovepipe hat was basically a mobile filing cabinet. During the war, he used it to store intelligence updates and military maps. He once pulled out a poem about mortality in the middle of a cabinet meeting. No one asked why, they just let him read. Lincoln hated being called Abe. He preferred Mr. Lincoln. He was self-conscious about his voice, high, nasal, and unmusical. But when he spoke, people listened. Not because of how he sounded, but because of what he said. The Gettysburg Address is 271 words, 2 minutes. It outlived everything else spoken that day. He loved animals, pardoned turkeys, played with cats. His dog, Fido, was left behind in Springfield when he moved to D.C., and he worried about him constantly. When a Union soldier was caught abusing a horse, Lincoln ordered him punished not for the act of disobedience, but for the cruelty. He was also a wrestler. Yes, really. Lincoln was a champion grappler in his younger years. Tall, lanky, wiry, strong. He only lost once in over 300 matches. He once challenged an entire crowd to find someone who could throw him. No one did. He had premonitions, dreams of death. One night, he dreamed of walking through the White House and seeing a covered body on a catafalque. "Who is dead in the White House?" he asked. "The president," came the answer. Days later, he was assassinated. And even that night, the night of the 14th of April, 1865, at Ford's Theater, he had been telling stories, laughing with his wife, holding hands, watching a comedy. Because that's how Lincoln fought despair, with light even in the darkest corners. He carried strange items in his pockets, a Confederate $5 bill, a worn-out wallet, 2 pairs of eyeglasses, a pocket knife, a newspaper clipping praising his oratory, and a handkerchief embroidered A. Lincoln. He died with those things on him, not symbols of power, just tokens of a man who held the country together with threadbare dignity. And he never forgot the human cost. When he met wounded soldiers, he didn't shake hands. He held them. He looked them in the eye. He listened. When he issued the Emancipation Proclamation, he knew it was imperfect, partial, political, but it was also irreversible. He said, "If my name ever goes into history, it'll be for this act." It did, and it was. Lincoln never wanted to be a martyr. He just wanted to finish the work. His second inaugural address isn't a victory lap, it's a prayer. With malice toward none, with charity for all. That wasn't politics. That was his heart on paper. Abraham Lincoln didn't just save the Union. He redefined it. He made it about liberty, equality, the unfinished work of justice. And then he paid for it. With blood. Next comes Andrew Johnson. A man who rose from illiteracy to the presidency, hated elites, hated secessionists, and somehow managed to alienate both North and South in a single term. A tailor by trade, a brawler by instinct, and the first president ever impeached, Andrew Johnson. Andrew Johnson arrived in the presidency not by election, but by assassination. He was in the right place at the wrong time, and when Abraham Lincoln's heart stopped, Johnson's nightmare began. A Southern Democrat with no college education, no polish, and no political coalition, Johnson was the human version of a sandpaper handshake abrasive, stubborn, and utterly incapable of smoothing anything out. He was born in a log cabin in North Carolina and apprenticed as a tailor. No fancy lineage. No academic pedigree. He taught himself to read in his teens. His wife helped him improve his writing. He'd sew during the day, then collapse into books at night, stitching together an education word by word. He liked to say he came from the bottom rung of society. What he didn't like to say was how often he dragged that bottom rung with him into the Oval Office. Johnson hated elites, hated them. With a capital H. He viewed lawyers, bankers, and Ivy League men as parasites in starched collars. He once called the Senate a nesting box for buzzards. He mistrusted anyone who wore gloves for fashion and kept a hammer on his desk not as a tool, but as a symbol. A reminder, he once said, that things get built by force. And yet, also hated secessionists. Fiercely. As a senator from Tennessee, Johnson refused to leave the Union when his state joined the Confederacy. He stayed in Washington, flying the Union flag from his Nashville home until Confederate soldiers tore it down. In that sense, he was loyal. But loyalty doesn't make you likable. And Johnson? He was spectacularly unlikable. He once gave a drunken speech as vice president-elect. The setting: Lincoln's second inauguration. Johnson had typhoid fever and had been treating it with whiskey. A lot of whiskey. He stumbled through his speech, slurred his words, and had to be physically pulled off the podium. Lincoln watched in silence. Later, he reportedly said, "I do not think he very well knows himself." No one disagreed. When Lincoln died, Johnson took the oath of office with one hand on the Bible and the other holding a nation still bleeding from war. But instead of healing, he picked a fight. Johnson believed in rapid reconstruction. His plan? Let the South back into the Union with almost no penalties. Pardon former Confederates. Let states rebuild on their own terms. He vetoed civil rights bills, opposed the 14th Amendment, and tried to block Congress from protecting newly freed Black Americans. Congress responded by declaring war legislatively. They passed the Tenure of Office Act just to trap him. When Johnson fired Secretary of War Edwin Stanton, they pounced. Impeachment followed. Johnson became the first president ever tried by the Senate. The vote came down to one man. One vote. Johnson survived removal by a single ballot. He finished his term politically neutered, disliked by both parties, and ignored by history textbooks until the impeachment footnote. He was obsessed with dignity, especially his own. He would comb his hair for 10 minutes before interviews, then refuse to smile. He wore high collars so stiff they gave him blisters. He practiced speeches in a mirror, but refused to use teleprompters or cue cards. "If I can't remember it," he said, "it wasn't worth saying." He carried tailor's scissors in his coat pocket. Always claimed they reminded him of simpler work. When angry, he'd take them out and snap them open and shut, rapidly, menacingly. Staff members learned that the more frequent the snips, the closer you were to being fired. He had no pets, no hobbies. He didn't play music. He didn't read novels. He read only newspapers and law texts. Once told a friend, "Fiction is for people who don't like facts." He hated dancing. Called it body noise. His only indulgence? Cabbage, stewed, daily. In winter, he ate it 3 meals a day. Claimed it made him calmer than whiskey. Johnson's funeral was modest. He died in Tennessee, with a U.S. flag wrapped around his body and a copy of the Constitution under his head. A final image of a man who loved the law, but didn't quite understand justice. He didn't want to be remembered. He wanted to be right. And next up is Ulysses S. Grant, Union General turned reluctant president. A man who hated politics, loved cigars, and once got a speeding ticket on a horse. He drank when nervous, trusted too easily, and accidentally built one of the most corrupt administrations in American history while quietly writing one of the most celebrated memoirs ever penned by a president. Ulysses S. Grant. Ulysses S. Grant never wanted to be president. He didn't even want to be famous. He wanted peace, horses, and quiet. But history had other plans. The reluctant general who won the Civil War for the Union was pulled into the presidency like a man tossed onto a stage mid-curtain. And what followed was one of the most paradoxical presidencies in American history, revered and reviled, noble and naive, victorious and corrupt. Let's start with the name. He was born Hiram Ulysses Grant, but thanks to a clerical error at West Point, he became Ulysses S. Grant. The S stood for nothing. Literally, he just kept it, because fighting bureaucracy was harder than fighting rebels. He once joked it stood for simplicity, which, in a way, it did. Grant was quiet, awkward, introspective to the point of vanishing. He wrote like a philosopher, rode like a cavalry god, and spoke like a man allergic to small talk. He hated speeches. At his own presidential inauguration, he barely cracked 700 words. Reporters later said he looked like he'd rather be shoeing a horse. And he loved horses deeply, almost mystically. As a boy, he could break the wildest stallions with ease. In the military, he often rode the most difficult mounts into battle, claiming, "They just need conversation." He once said a horse's eyes were more honest than any politician. But let's not paint him too saintly. Grant had demons, chief among them, alcohol. He drank when anxious, drank when idle, drank when the war slowed down and the silence got loud. He never denied it. He just tried, over and over, to stop. Sometimes he succeeded, sometimes he didn't. His opponents loved pointing it out. His friends just poured coffee and hoped. As president, Grant was generous to a fault, loyal beyond reason, which made him a terrible judge of character. He surrounded himself with friends, war buddies, and old allies, many of whom used their proximity to power like a personal ATM. The result? Scandals, lots of them. The whiskey ring, credit mobilier, the Indian ring, bribery, embezzlement, fraud. Grant wasn't directly involved in any of it, but he trusted the men who were. When the press asked about the corruption, Grant famously said, "Let no guilty man escape if it can be avoided." But by then, the damage was done. His second term reeked of betrayal. And still he refused to turn on his friends. He believed loyalty was a virtue, even when it wasn't. He hated confrontation. Once, when forced to fire a cabinet member, he couldn't do it to the man's face. He wrote a letter, placed it on the man's desk, and walked out without a word. His staff found him later, nervously feeding apples to a horse. He was the first president to get a speeding ticket in D.C. for riding his horse too fast. He paid the fine, smiled, and said, "I like a horse that answers." He also banned ruffians from the White House lawn, once personally chasing away a group of loud gamblers with a cane. No guards. Just Grant. He was honest in the most brutal way. When asked why he fought so hard during the Civil War, he said, "Because I hate war. The only way to end it is to win it." When asked why he ran for president, he said, "Because I was asked, and because the country might still need peace." He didn't seek applause. He didn't give long speeches. He wrote everything down. Longhand, carefully, thoughtfully. After leaving office, Grant lost everything to a Ponzi scheme. Nearly penniless, he was diagnosed with terminal throat cancer. His response? Write. He spent his final months in a cottage overlooking the Hudson River, writing his memoirs with a pencil, barely able to speak, in constant pain. He did it not to be remembered but to leave his family something. And he did. The personal memoirs of Ulysses S. Grant is still considered one of the finest military autobiographies ever written. Twain published it. The public devoured it. It sold like wildfire. He died days after finishing it. Grant's presidency was a mess made by others, enabled by trust. But Grant, the man? He was a paradox wrapped in flannel and silence. The general who didn't want glory. The president who couldn't lie. The dying man who wrote the truth with a trembling hand. Next comes Rutherford B. Hayes, the president who ended Reconstruction, banned alcohol from the White House, talked to his diary more than his cabinet, and somehow became the first commander-in-chief to use a telephone just so he could shout across the street. Rutherford B. Hayes. Rutherford B. Hayes is the kind of president who sounds like he should be on a currency but isn't. A man with a beard so majestic, it had its own voting block, and a reputation built on uprightness so pure it almost hurt. He didn't gamble, didn't drink, didn't swear, didn't even serve dessert at White House dinners. And yet, his presidency began with one of the most disputed elections in American history. Let's start with the scandaler, more precisely, the spreadsheet nightmare. The election of 1,876 was a circus with no tent. Hayes ran against Samuel Tilden, a Democrat with more popular votes, and seemingly more electoral ones too. But 3 southern states submitted competing returns. Fraud, intimidation, lost ballot sit, had everything. A special electoral commission was formed. Behind closed doors, compromises were cut like backroom sausages. Eventually, the decision was made. Hayes would get the presidency if he agreed to withdraw federal troops from the South. He did, and thus, the compromise of 1,877 was born. Hayes became president, Tilden went home, and Reconstruction, the massive federal effort to protect the rights of freed African American, ended overnight. Hayes called it restoration of local rule. History called it something else, abandonment. Hayes knew he entered office under a cloud. His opponents called him Rutherfraud. Protesters shouted, "Tilden or blood." His solution? Integrity. Relentless, meticulous, exhausting integrity. He banned alcohol from the White House. His wife, loosely nicknamed Lemonade Lucy, served nothing stronger than fruit punch at official events. Hayes said, "It's easier to resist temptation when it's not invited to dinner." He was obsessed with schedules. His day was divided into 15-minute increments. He recorded every meal, every meeting, and every weather pattern in a leather-bound journal. If it snowed, he noted how many inches. If someone visited, he logged the duration. He believed history was made in margins and timestamps. He was a devoted diarist. His journals read like a cross between a therapist's notebook and a war journal. He wrote about politics, religion, dreams, digestion, and whether or not his new boots fit correctly. He once spent 3 pages describing a sparrow trapped in the Oval Office. Said it was a metaphor, unclear but urgent. Hayes believed in civil service reform. He wanted government jobs awarded by merit, not political favors. This made him wildly unpopular with party bosses. He fired people who treated offices like family inheritances. He replaced them with quiet, competent clerks who wrote with fountain pens and blushed when addressed directly. Progress was slow. Resistance was loud. He installed the first telephone in the White House. Alexander Graham Bell himself made the first call. The only other phone it could reach? In the Treasury Department, across the street. Hayes answered the call and reportedly shouted, "Hello? Hello?" into the receiver like he was yelling at a storm cloud. Still, it was history. Volume 1 of Presidential Tech Support. He was the first president to travel to the West Coast while in office. Took a months-long train trip across the country, shaking hands, giving speeches, inspecting military posts, and once riding a burro in Colorado while making small talk with a mining crew. He kept a bullet in his jacket pocket from the Civil War lodged in him during the Battle of South Mountain and claimed it clicked when he was near danger. He loved books, devoured them, kept shelves organized by mood, brisk, reflective, for company, and for solitude. His favorite genre? Moral philosophy? His least favorite? Satire. Said it mocked virtue without proposing a cure. He once returned a gift copy of Don Quixote with a note that said, "Less laughter, more labor." He didn't shake hands on Sundays. Said the Sabbath was for the soul, not for politics. He wore black socks, always, even with tan suits. Claimed they kept him grounded. He once reprimanded a White House guard for humming. "Music distracts from vigilance," he said. He was a devoted father, husband, and compulsive note-taker. His speeches were edited and re-edited until they barely resembled spoken language. One aide said they read like a lecture from a well-meaning uncle who's read too many sermons. And yet, Hayes left office after one term voluntarily, kept his promise, said he had done his duty, went home to Ohio and lived another decade, raising awareness for education and prison reform. He didn't chase applause. He chased balance. A man of order in a nation addicted to chaos. Next comes James A. Garfield, the scholarly surprise of a president who could write Latin with one hand and Greek with the other at the same time. A preacher, a teacher, a war hero, and a reformer shot by a man who just wanted a government job. His story reads like a Shakespearean tragedy, only with more infection and telegrams. James A. Garfield. James A. Garfield was a lightning bolt with a beard. A preacher, professor, general, congressman, and surprise presidenta, was one of the most brilliant minds to ever enter the Oval Office. And yet, most Americans remember him if at all not for what he did, but for how violently and senselessly it ended. Garfield wasn't just assassinated. He was medically tortured to death, with 80 days of agony standing between his ambition and the grave. But before we get to the bullet, let's rewind to the brain. Garfield was born in a log cabin in Ohio, the last president to do so. Fatherless by age 2, he worked as a janitor, a canal boat driver, and a carpenter's assistant before clawing his way into college. He graduated top of his class from Williams College, became a professor, and then the president of a university before turning 30. And then he went to war. During the Civil War, Garfield rose rapidly through the Union ranks, earning the rank of Major General after heroic service at the Battle of Chickamauga. He didn't just wrote field reports like they were epic poems. His men adored him, his enemies respected him, and Congress noticed. By the time Lincoln was re-elected, Garfield was already in the House of Representatives. He served in Congress for nearly 2 decades before becoming the ultimate compromise candidate for president in 1880. Nobody hated him. Nobody really expected him to win, and then he did. It was one of the narrowest victories in U.S. history. He entered office without much of a plan but with a moral compass strong enough to magnetize a room. Garfield believed in civil service reform. He wanted to end the spoils system, the corrupt tradition of giving government jobs to political loyalists regardless of qualifications. This put him at odds with the political machine. They wanted favors. Garfield wanted competence. He was the only sitting member of the House to ever be elected president. A man of letters, not just slogans. He spoke in paragraphs, quoted philosophers, and wrote speeches that read like Socratic dialogues. He could write Latin with one hand and Greek with the other simultaneously. He read 5 newspapers every morning, kept a dictionary on his desk, and once memorized a speech by walking in circles around the White House lawn at 4 a.m. He loved math, solved complex problems for fun, wrote a geometric proof of the Pythagorean theorem that was later published in academic journals. And yet, despite all that intellect, Garfield had one tragic flaw: trust. On the 2nd of July, 1881, just 4 months into his presidency, he was shot by Charles Guiteau, a disgruntled office seeker who believed God had commanded him to kill Garfield because he hadn't been given a diplomatic appointment. The bullet didn't kill Garfield, at least not right away. Doctors did. Lacking modern sanitation, Garfield's physicians probed the wound with unwashed fingers and dirty instruments. They missed the bullet entirely. Infection set in. Garfield wasted away. His weight dropped. His temperature soared. At one point, they fed him through a tube inserted through his rectum. For 80 days, he lay dying, while the nation watched and newspapers issued daily updates like weather reports. Alexander Graham Bell even tried to help. He invented a metal detector to find the bullet. It failed because the bed Garfield was lying on had metal coils. Nobody thought to check. And through it all, Garfield remained lucid, kind, even humorous. He dictated letters, asked about policy, once told his doctor, "This is not pain, this is presidential discomfort." He clung to life with a philosopher's grace and a soldier's grit, but the infection won. He died on the 19th of September, 1881, aged 49. He had served as president for just 199 days, second shortest in U.S. history. But those months mattered. He had fought for reform, for fairness, for merit, and in death, he became a martyr for change. His funeral was grand, his legacy briefly luminous. Congress passed the Pendleton Civil Service Reform Act less than 2 years later, finally beginning the dismantling of the spoils system that had helped kill him. James A. Garfield wasn't just a scholar president. He was the symbol of a government trying to grow up. A man with a philosopher's brain, a general's courage, and a reformer's heart brought down not by war or scandal, but by delusion and medical malpractice. Next up is Chester A. Arthur, a man who entered the presidency as a party hack and left as a reformer. A fashion icon with 80 pairs of pants, a fondness for midnight walks, and a secret terminal illness that he kept hidden behind a carefully waxed mustache. Chester A. Arthur. Chester A. Arthur was supposed to be a puppet, a political placeholder, a flashy side character in someone else's story. When James Garfield was assassinated, no one expected Arthur to rise not just to the presidency, but to the moment. And yet, he did. With polish, with restraint, with a wardrobe worth envying. Arthur, the machine politician turned reformer, became one of the most quietly surprising presidents in American history. Let's start with the mustache. Immaculate, regal, paired with mutton chops sharp enough to sign legislation. Arthur didn't just dress well, he dressed like an aristocrat slumming it in a republic. He had over 80 pairs of trousers, changed clothes multiple times a day, wore evening cravats to morning meetings and lavender gloves to cabinet briefings. He was the only U.S. president known to have hired a valet to manage his wardrobe. He redecorated the White House immediately, found the place dingy and outdated, hired famed designer Louis Comfort Tiffany to overhaul the interior. Gaslights, stained glass, velvet drapes. It was less a residence and more a showroom. When Congress balked at the price, Arthur paid out of his own pocket. He believed style wasn't vanity, it was virtue made visible. But he didn't just reupholster chairs, he reupholstered himself. Arthur had been knee-deep in the political swamp. As the collector of the Port of New York, he'd wielded one of the most corrupt, patronage-laden positions in government. His job was to hand out federal jobs in exchange for party loyalty, and he did lavishly. He was a master of the spoils system, which is what made his presidency so astonishing. Because once in office, Arthur turned, not toward power, but away from it. He supported and signed the Pendleton Civil Service Reform Act, the very kind of law he would have opposed in his past life. The act created a merit-based system for federal employment, competitive exams, protection from political firing. It was the beginning of modern civil service. Arthur, the party machine's darling, had dismantled part of the machine. People were shocked. Cartoonists redrew him from cigar-chomping boss to stately guardian of good governance. One reporter wrote, "No man ever entered the presidency so despised and exited so dignified." He kept his speeches short and elegant. He had a rich baritone voice but used it sparingly. When asked why he didn't give more addresses, he said, "Men may respect silence as much as sound." He preferred night to day. Took long midnight walks through D.C., often alone, hands clasped behind his back. Police officers grew used to the silhouette of the president drifting past gas lamps like a ghost with good posture. Arthur never sought re-election. Partly because he didn't want to, partly because he couldn't. He was sick. He had Bright's disease, a terminal kidney condition. He kept it secret. Didn't want pity. Didn't want distraction. He governed through pain, through nausea, through days when his vision blurred and his body collapsed into exhaustion. But he kept going, quietly, dignified, hidden behind tailored coats and polished boots. He loved fine food, imported French wine, hosted elegant dinners with handwritten menus. But he also enjoyed fast food before it was a thing. He once ate 3 dozen oysters in one sitting, followed by an entire pie. When asked how he stayed so trim, he replied, "Discipline and starch." He had no first lady. His wife Ellen had died before he took office, but he kept her memory alive, framed her portrait, wrote to her in his journal, refused to remove her place setting at dinners for months. He didn't speak of her often, but everyone knew. Arthur didn't write a memoir, didn't leave behind sweeping letters or grand manifestos. He burned most of his personal papers shortly before his death. When asked why, he said, "I wish to leave history to the historians." And then he died, quietly, at home in New York, with his boots off and his legacy strangely intact. Chester A. Arthur remains a riddle in formal wear, a man who was expected to be corrupt but turned reformer, a leader who found grace in restraint, elegance in action, and power in walking away. Next up, Grover Cleveland, the first president to serve 2 non-consecutive terms, the human embodiment of "get off my lawn," a man who vetoed everything, fathered a scandal, married his ward, and carried his own umbrella because he didn't trust anyone else not to lose it. Grover Cleveland. Grover Cleveland was a walking contradiction in a 3-piece suit, a political heavyweight who hated politics, a moralist who fathered a child out of wedlock, a man so serious he made funerals look informal, and yet, somehow, he pulled off one of the most unique feats in presidential history: 2 non-consecutive terms. The 22nd and 24th President of the United States, the human boomerang of American politics. Cleveland didn't rise to power with charisma. He had the warmth of a gavel and the charm of a stern librarian. But he had something people respected: brutal honesty. As mayor of Buffalo, he vetoed wasteful spending with such consistency that local politicians stopped sending him proposals without footnotes. As governor of New York, he was known as the veto governor. And when he became president, he brought that red pen to Washington like it was Excalibur. He vetoed over 300 bills in his first term, alone more than all previous presidents combined. One of them, a bill to provide drought relief for Texas farmers. Why? "Though the people support the government," he wrote, "the government should not support the people." It wasn't cruelty, it was ideology. Cleveland didn't believe in safety nets. He believed in self-reliance, fiscal discipline, and doing one's own accounting. His personal life, however, was messier than a budget meeting during a thunderstorm. Before his presidency, Cleveland was involved in a scandal that even 19th century newspapers couldn't ignore. A woman named Maria Halpin claimed Cleveland had fathered her child. The baby, named Oscar, was placed in an orphanage. Cleveland admitted to the possibility. He said it could have been him or one of his married friends. But since he was the only bachelor among them, he took responsibility. The press ran wild. Campaign slogans popped up like weeds. "Ma, ma, where's my pa?" To which his supporters famously replied, "Gone to the White House, ha ha ha." Then came the marriage. Cleveland was a bachelor when he took office. That changed in 1886 when he married Frances Folsom as legal ward. She was 21, he was 49. He had known her since she was a child, and even bought her baby carriage. The wedding took place in the White House, the only presidential wedding ever held there. Newspapers didn't know what to do. Some were scandalized, others swooned, but the public, weirdly, loved it. Frances became an instant icon, young, beautiful, stylish, the Jackie Kennedy of the Gaslight era. Cleveland was a workhorse. No delegation, no shortcuts. He reviewed every bill, read every brief, and often stayed up past midnight writing in longhand. He kept a private file called "Foolish Ideas I May Yet Be Forced to Approve." He called meetings, interruptions, and cabinet members learned to present issues in under 5 minutes or risk being waved away. He distrusted fun. Once shut down a plan to host a circus-themed fundraiser at the White House. The dignity of this office, he said, does not require juggling. He disliked small talk, hated parties, and found dancing physiologically questionable. His favorite pastimes? Fishing and cigar smoking, preferably at the same time, alone. Cleveland also suffered from a secret medical condition. In 1893, during his second term, doctors discovered a cancerous tumor in his mouth. But rather than alert the public and risk panic, Cleveland staged a secret surgery aboard a yacht in New York Harbor. The tumor was removed through the roof of his mouth. Most of his upper jaw went with it. He was stitched back together, given a prosthetic, and returned to the White House without anyone noticing, at least not for years. His second term was harder. The economy tanked. The panic of 1,893 hit like a freight train. Banks failed. Unemployment soared. Cleveland clung to the gold standard like it was a life raft. He vetoed inflationary policies, refused to bail out banks. People rioted. Strikers marched. And Cleveland, true to form, responded with federal troops. He had no tolerance for populism. Thought William Jennings Bryan's Cross of Gold speech was an embarrassment. Didn't trust unions. Didn't trust trusts. Mostly, he trusted himself and the Constitution. In that order. When he left office, again, he vanished from politics. Refused to comment on his successors. Spent his final years in Princeton, writing letters and fishing. He died in 1908, and his epitaph reads simply, "I have tried so hard to do right." Grover Cleveland was not a man of warmth or vision, but he was a man of principle. Even when that principle made him unpopular, even when it made him alone. He was the boulder in the river unmoved, unflashy, and absolutely certain that he was the only thing stopping the flood. Next up, Benjamin Harrison, grandson of a president, collector of electric gadgets, enemy of boredom, and the man who made the White House sparkle literally by wiring it for electricity, and then refused to touch the light switches himself. Benjamin Harrison. Benjamin Harrison was a man born with history on his shoulder sand, a light switch he wouldn't touch. The grandson of William Henry Harrison, America's shortest-serving president, Benjamin entered office with one foot in the past and the other in a buzzing, blinking, electrified future. And that's not just metaphor. He literally installed electricity in the White House, then refused to use it. Let's start there. Harrison had the White House wired for electricity in 1891, a cutting-edge move at the time. But he and his wife were so terrified of being electrocuted that they refused to touch the switches. Instead, they left the lights on or off, depending on how the staff set them. Some nights, the chandeliers blazed until dawn. Other nights, the president navigated hallways by candlelight, despite being surrounded by Edison's best work. That was Harrison in a nutshell. A man halfway between two centuries, trying to apply 19th century gravitas to a world that was moving at electric speed. He was short, just 5'6", but carried himself like a marble statue. His voice boomed in public but vanished in person. Reporters said he spoke like a preacher, addressing the back pews of a church made entirely of stone. He didn't smile much, didn't joke, but he loved detail, loved it. He once spent 6 hours rewriting a 3-paragraph speech because the second sentence implied too much optimism. He was a Civil War general, a lawyer, a senator, and then somehow a dark horse presidential nominee in 1888. He lost the popular vote to Grover Cleveland but won the Electoral College. That's right, he beat the guy who would later beat him back. Harrison is the middle child of America's only non-consecutive presidential sandwich. As president, he was industrious, not flashy, not poetic, just relentlessly, grindstone-driven industrious. He signed the Sherman Antitrust Act into law, the first attempt by the federal government to break up monopolies. He supported civil rights protections, though Congress refused to back him. He championed pensions for Civil War veterans, opened Ellis Island for immigration processing, and oversaw the admission of 6 new states: North Dakota, South Dakota, Montana, Washington, Idaho, and Wyoming. That's over 10% of the Union in one term. And yet, despite all that action, he was still nicknamed the human iceberg. Cold, distant, formal, even to his own staff. He insisted on full titles at all times. Mr. President, or General Harrison, never been, never sir, just polished syllables and upright posture. He kept pet goats on the White House lawn for his grandchildren. He would occasionally be seen chasing them, coattails flapping, top hat askew. Witnesses were stunned. "It was the most life I'd ever seen in him," one aide wrote. He laughed, and the goats seemed pleased. Harrison loved books. His personal library overflowed with theology, philosophy, and dense German literature. He believed fiction dulled the political instinct. He rarely read novels unless they were over 500 pages and full of footnotes. He edited his own speeches with a red pen and sometimes rewrote entire cabinet reports just for the syntax. He was also a germaphobe. He insisted on boiled water, washed his hands constantly, refused to shake hands during flu season, and once canceled a reception because a guest had sneezed on the front steps. He believed drafts caused madness and had all windows sealed during windy months. His taste in food? Conservative. Roast beef, potatoes, stewed apples. He hated garlic, distrusted olives, and thought ice cream was too whimsical for governance. He did, however, enjoy ketchup applied with surgical precision. Once described it as democratic flavor. He was a terrible campaigner, hated it, would rather be audited than give a stump speech. But in office, he was efficient. He worked from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m., writing longhand, issuing memos, and editing legislation with the obsessiveness of a man defusing bombs. His presidency ended with the return of Cleveland, the man he'd beaten 4 years earlier. His wife, Caroline, had died just before the election, and Harrison didn't campaign. He lost quietly, packed his bags with military precision, and left the White House the way he'd lived in it, efficiently and without fuss. But here's the twist. Years later, He remarried to his late wife's niece, 25 years younger. The public was scandalized. Harrison didn't care. He had found companionship, and for once, he chose personal happiness over political optics. He lived out his days writing legal briefs, giving lectures, and playing with his children, one from his second marriage, born when Harrison was 63. Benjamin Harrison wasn't warm, he wasn't magnetic, but he was principled, hard-working, and quietly effective. A man who didn't seek drama, didn't court fame, and wouldn't touch a light switch if you paid him. Next up, William McKinley, calm commander with a carnation in his lapel, a secret sweet tooth, a devotion to his ailing wife, and the tragic ending that would vault a young Teddy Roosevelt into the White House and into history like a bullet from a smoking gun. William McKinley. William McKinley had the calm of a church bell and the resolve of a banker with a revolver under the desk. He wasn't flashy, he wasn't loud, but he was eerily steady. A man who wore the same style of dark suit every day, pinned a red carnation to his lapel for luck, and governed like a gentle tide pulling America toward empire, prosperity, and eventually gunfire. He came from Ohio because of course he did. By the time McKinley ran for president in 1896, Ohio had basically become a presidential vending machine. He was a Civil War veteran, a congressman, and a governor. But above all, he was a master of the front porch campaign. While his opponent roamed the country with blustering speeches, McKinley stayed home. Literally. He gave over 300 speeches from his porch in Canton, Ohio, calm, controlled, and calculated. People came to him, thousands, delegations from factories, veterans, school children. It was like the White House had been placed in a picket-fenced suburb. He'd step outside, give a short, punchy speech, smile, and return inside for tea. He made restraint look presidential. He made moderation look like a superpower. But behind that porch was a political machine with brass knuckles. His campaign manager, Mark Hanna, raised record-breaking amounts of money from industrialists and business moguls. Wall Street loved McKinley. Why? Because he supported the gold standard, protective tariffs, and stability. The kind of stability that keeps the trains running and the profits flowing. McKinley was obsessed with order. His desk was a geometric masterpiece. Pencils aligned, papers squared. In meetings, he'd quietly restack documents that others had disrespected. He believed messes led to mistakes, and mistakes led to headlines. He adored his wife, Ida. Their relationship was a quiet epic. She suffered from epilepsy and severe depression. McKinley never left her side. At dinners, if she had a seizure, he'd cover her face with a napkin and continue the meal like nothing had happened, then care for her afterward with complete devotion. Every day, he placed a fresh carnation in her room. Every trip, he made sure her comforts traveled first. Power never outranked love. He had a sweet tooth, a dangerous one, kept jars of candy in the White House, sometimes pulled caramels from his pocket during meetings. Aides learned to interpret his sugar levels as political signals. No candy? Not the time to pitch a new policy. Licorice? You've got 5 minutes. His presidency was marked by a rising tide of American imperialism. The Spanish-American War in 1898 changed everything. Spain was defeated. The U.S. gained Puerto Rico, Guam, and the Philippines. It was the birth of American overseas empire, and McKinley, the porch philosopher, became a colonial landlord. He didn't want war at first, called it a last resort. But after the USS Maine exploded in Havana Harbor, public pressure mounted, and McKinley gave the nod. His decision was quick, the war even quicker. 4 months. A media-fueled steel and gunpowder sprint that changed America's place in the world forever. And then came the Philippines. The U.S. occupation sparked an insurrection, guerrilla warfare, atrocities on both sides. McKinley justified it with moral reasoning. Claimed America had to civilize and Christianize the islands, despite the fact that most Filipinos were already Catholic. It was the language of empire, sanitized, scripted, sold to the public as destiny. Domestically, McKinley was popular, very popular. He beat William Jennings Bryan twice, kept the economy stable, and gave speeches filled with calm optimism. Even those who disagreed with him found it hard to dislike him. He didn't insult, he didn't mock, he didn't roar, he reassured. But reassurance can't stop bullets. In 1901, during his second term, McKinley attended the Pan American Exposition in Buffalo, New York. He was shaking hands at a public reception when a man stepped forward with a bandaged hand and a concealed revolver. 2 shots. One struck his chest, one his abdomen. McKinley didn't cry out. He stumbled, looked at the crowd and said, "Let no one hurt him." The assassin, an anarchist named Leon Czolgosz, was beaten by onlookers. McKinley was taken to a nearby hospital. The wound didn't seem fatal. The bullet had missed major organs. Doctors thought he would recover. For a few days he improved. Then, infection, gangrene. The bullet was never found. He died on the 14th of September, 1901, murmuring the words of a hymn, "Nearer, my God, to Thee." His death shocked the nation. He had been a calm presence in turbulent times, a stabilizer, a gentleman president in a world about to get a lot louder. And as his coffin made its way back to Ohio, one man stood ready in the wings, younger, wilder, hungrier, Theodore Roosevelt. Coming next, Treath Bull Moose himself. The president who boxed in the White House, read 5 books a day, created national parks with the force of his signature, and once gave a speech after being shot in the chest because it takes more than that to kill a bull moose. Theodore Roosevelt. If the presidency were a prize fight, Theodore Roosevelt stepped into the ring shirtless, grinning, and already bleeding from a wound he hadn't bothered to bandage. He didn't just serve as president, he detonated the role. A human locomotive with a vocabulary as sharp as his teeth, TR redefined what it meant to lead a nation by turning the office into an arena. Policy was sport. Reform was war. And Roosevelt? He was the happy warrior. Let's get the basics out of the way. Roosevelt was 42 when he took office, the youngest president in American history. Not elected, but vaulted into power after McKinley's assassination. Political bosses groaned. He was supposed to be vice president in name only, a political dead end. Instead, he charged into the White House like a rhino in a study hall and immediately started rearranging the furniture, both literal and constitutional. He boxed in the White House, with guests, with staff. He practiced jiu-jitsu, rode horses at breakneck speed, took breaks from cabinet meetings to walk on his hands or read epic poetry aloud. He once had his eye permanently damaged in a boxing match. While president and refused to name his opponent, said it might discourage others from sparring with him. Respect through chaos. He read, constantly, devoured books like sandwiches, 5 a day, sometimes more, history, philosophy, natural science. He could recite entire passages of the Aeneid in Latin, then shift into a political strategy session, then explain the mating habits of elk. His brain ran hot, and the rest of him had no choice but to keep up. He gave speeches like sermons delivered on horseback. 1 minute he'd be whispering, the next he'd be bellowing like Moses with a megaphone. He didn't just want to be heard, he wanted to be felt. "Speak softly and carry a big stick," he said. But Roosevelt rarely did either. He yelled, and he carried a rhetorical battering ram. He created the modern presidency, gave press briefings, took questions, used executive orders like thunderbolts. He expanded the national park system, preserved over 230 million acres of public land, and treated conservation like a sacred calling. "Leave it better than you found it," he said. "And then leave it alone." But TR wasn't just tree-hugging, he was trust-busting. He took on monopolies like he took on Bear's Head first. Northern Securities, Standard Oil, the meatpacking industry. He didn't dismantle capitalism, he regulated it with teeth. "The rich must pay their share," he roared, "and the poor must have a chance." It was populism, filtered through Harvard muscle. He also won a Nobel Peace Prize. Yes, really, for brokering peace in the Russo-Japanese War. Roosevelt negotiated like a man defusing a bomb while juggling knives. He got both sides to settle, then downplayed his role. The prize embarrassed him, but he still kept it. Because, gold. And then, there's the bullet. In 1912, long after leaving office, Roosevelt ran for president again under the Progressive Partyaka, the Bull Moose Party. During a campaign stop in Milwaukee, a man shot him in the chest. The bullet passed through his steel glasses case and a folded speech 50 pages thick before lodging in his rib. Roosevelt, bleeding internally, stood up, coughed, and said, "It takes more than that to kill a bull moose." He then delivered the entire 90-minute speech, with blood seeping through his vest. Doctors later said the speech likely saved his life, slowed the bullet, gave him something to do. Roosevelt said he barely noticed. "I was only worried I might cough up blood onto the crowd." He drank coffee like it was a duty, gallons of it, ate lunch standing up, slept 4 hours a night. Once gave a speech comparing American democracy to a biscuit, flaky, hard to swallow, but worth the butter. He refused to call the White House home, said it belonged to the people. He just lived there, on assignment. He called reporters the muckrakers, not as an insult, but as a challenge. "Dig," he said. "Make noise. Keep us honest." He was the first president to truly embrace the press. He used it like a megaphone and a mirror, always watching, always performing. TR left office in 1909, went to Africa, and hunted everything that moved. Came back with malaria, a 1,000-yard stare, and stories of charging elephants. He then explored the Amazon, nearly died of infection, and returned thinner, quieter, but no less determined. He died in his sleep at 60. The medical report said a blood clot. His son said, "The old lion is dead." Wilson reportedly sighed in relief. Roosevelt didn't just lead, he charged, he created, he fought, he failed, he got up, he made the office bigger, louder, stranger, more alive. He was the president who refused to be reduced to a portrait, a blur of motion, teeth, ink, and thunder. Next up, William Howard Taft, the man who followed Roosevelt, got stuck in the White House bathtub, maybe, hated politics, loved the law, and went from president to Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, because why settle for one legacy when you can have two? William Howard Taft. William Howard Taft was a man out of time, and sometimes out of breath, the only person in U.S. history to serve as both President and Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. Taft didn't just believe in the rule of law. He was the rule of law in a three-piece suit. Thoughtful, cautious, cerebral, and famously, large. Let's address the elephant in the room, or rather, the elephant that was the room. Taft was a big man. At his heaviest, he tipped the scales at over 340 pounds. That much is true. But the infamous bathtub incident, where he supposedly got stuck in a White House tub, that's myth mostly. He did have a custom-built tub installed. It was 7 feet long, 3 feet wide, and could fit 4 men. And yes, there's a photo of 4 men sitting in it to prove the point. Was he stuck once? Maybe. Did the press run with it forever? Absolutely. Taft was a reluctant president. He didn't want the job. His true dream was the Supreme Court. But his wife, Helen, and his mentor/best frenemy Theodore Roosevelt pushed him into running. He won in 1908 and quickly discovered he hated the political circus. He preferred legal briefs to campaign speeches, precedent to popularity. He once said, "I do not remember that I ever was president." Half joke, half wishful thinking. Taft had the mind of a judge and the job of a juggler. Congress pulled him one way, progressives pulled another. Roosevelt, now out of office and growing increasingly impatient, pulled hardest. Taft didn't want to bust trusts like Roosevelt had. He wanted to interpret the law, not bend it to fit political mood swings. This made him seem timid, cautious. But in reality, he filed more antitrust lawsuits than TR ever did. He just didn't brag about it. His presidency was filled with quiet reforms and loud disappointments. He expanded the civil service, strengthened the Interstate Commerce Commission, and signed the first corporate income tax into law. But the public remembered his rift with Roosevelt more than his policies. The two men, once close, became ideological enemies. Roosevelt called Taft a fathead with the brains of a guinea pig. Taft in return called Roosevelt the most dangerous man in America. Neither man blinked. In 1912, Roosevelt ran against him under the Bull Moose banner. The result? A split Republican vote and a victory for Democrat Woodrow Wilson. Taft lost badly. Third-party chaos, backstabbing headlines, and a campaign that dragged his already aching soul across the hot coals of public opinion. He left office depressed, exhausted, and heavier than ever. But then, redemption. In 1921, Taft was appointed Chief Justice of the Supreme Court by President Harding, finally fulfilling his lifelong dream. He was elated. Wrote that being Chief Justice was the only job I ever wanted. He served with distinction for nearly a decade, modernizing court procedures and writing over 250 opinions, many of which were clear, calm, and deeply influential. He approached law the same way he approached a good, roast slow, precise, and with great respect for structure. Taft was a man of routine. He weighed himself daily, kept logs of calories, believed in breakfast as the anchor of life. He once said, "A man without breakfast is like a court without jurisdiction." He loved golf, despite the logistics. On the links, he moved slowly, but with strategic grace. Staffers said watching him was like observing a glacier with a 9-iron. He hated handshakes too sweaty. He preferred nods, polite bows. He kept a monocle he never used and a top hat he wore only during funerals. He had a custom-built chair at the Supreme Court extra wide, extra reinforced. He was not offended by it. He was grateful. He once fell asleep during an opera, snored so loudly the conductor paused. Taft awoke, applauded, and shouted, "Bravo!" thinking it was intermission. He believed napping was the soul's veto power. Took one every afternoon, even during war, scandal, or illness. Taft died in 1930, buried at Arlington National Cemetery, first president to rest there. But he died fulfilled. He'd had 2 careers, 2 peaks, and 2 places in American history. William Howard Taft was not a revolutionary. He was not a gladiator. He was a judge who accidentally became president, survived it, and then got the last laugh by returning to the court and shaping the Constitution one opinion at a time. Next up, Woodrow Wilson, professor, president with a messiah complex, who brought America into World War I, created the League of Nations, resegregated the federal government, and suffered a stroke that left his wife secretly running the White House behind a curtain of lace and whispers. Woodrow Wilson. Woodrow Wilson was a professor who became a president, and he ruled like the classroom was his kingdom and the world his syllabus. Stern, idealistic, and dangerously confident, Wilson wasn't just a thinker. He was a believer. In law, in morality, in destiny. He didn't shake hands so much as offer decrees. And by the time he left office, he had drawn America into a world war, reshaped global diplomacy, and handed power to his wife under the fog of a stroke. Wilson was the first president with a Ph.D. in political science, no less. He came from academia, having served as president of Princeton University. There, he tried to reform everything from student life to curriculum, and clashed with trustees like a philosopher trapped in a boardroom. He believed ideas could bend history, that if people just understood principles, they'd do the right thing, which is exactly the kind of thing only a man who hadn't been in Congress would believe. He spoke in rolling, rhythmic sentences that sounded like scripture dipped in legalese. "The world must be made safe for democracy," he declared in 1917. Not suggested, declared. He didn't just argue, he sermonized. His speeches were less persuasive than prophetic. And for a while, people followed. He was elected in 1912, thanks to the epic brawl between Roosevelt and Taft that split the Republican vote. Wilson was a Democrat, a Southern intellectual with progressive ideals, at least on paper. He supported antitrust laws, tariff reform, and the creation of the Federal Reserve. He signed the Federal Trade Commission into existence, reduced child labor, and enacted the first federal income tax under the 16th Amendment. But his progressivism had blind spots, glaring ones. Wilson resegregated the federal government. Offices that had been racially integrated since Reconstruction were split by race under his administration. Black federal workers were fired or demoted. Segregated bathrooms were installed in government buildings. Wilson didn't just tolerate Jim Crow, quietly imported it into Washington. When black civil rights leaders confronted him, Wilson responded with condescension cloaked in academic detachment. And then, war. At first, Wilson promised neutrality during World War I. "He kept us out of war," became his re-election slogan in 1916. Months later, he took America in. German U-boat attacks, the sinking of the Lusitania, and the infamous Zimmerman telegram pushed him over the edge. Congress declared war in April 1917. Wilson mobilized the country like a man possessed. The draft, war bonds, propaganda machines. He created the Committee on Public Information to shape public opinion, manufacture it. Dissenters were arrested. Anti-war speech was criminalized. The Espionage Act and Sedition Act turned skepticism into treason. Free speech didn't vanish it, just stopped at the doorstep of war. And yet, Wilson's vision for the after was transcendent. The League of Nations. His great hope, a post-war international body to prevent future conflicts. He traveled to Paris in 1919 to personally negotiate the Treaty of Versailles. No president had ever done that. He brought with him 14 points, a blueprint for global peace, democracy, and cooperation. It was lofty, idealistic, and doomed. At home, the Senate refused to ratify the treaty. Led by Henry Cabot Lodge, opponents believed the League would entangle the U.S. in endless foreign wars. Wilson refused to compromise, refused to even negotiate. He toured the country to rally support, gave speeches every day, grew weaker, more strained. Then, in October 1919, his body gave out. A massive stroke left him paralyzed on one side, nearly blind and barely able to speak. And here's where history gets strange. Wilson's wife, Edith, effectively took over. She managed access to the president, filtered information, and even dictated policy. Cabinet members communicated with her, not him. For over a year, the country functioned under what historians now call the petticoat government. The Constitution had no provision for such a crisis. The 25th Amendment didn't exist. So, America improvised, behind lace curtains and polite fictions. Wilson remained in office until 1921, physically shattered, mentally distant, and politically abandoned. He never forgave those who opposed him, never admitted fault, never yielded on the League. He died in 1924, a few blocks from the White House, convinced that history would vindicate him, that his League would rise again. And in a way, it did. The League failed, yes, but its skeleton became the United Nations. Wilson's ghost lingered in every chamber of global diplomacy, in every whisper of collective security. Woodrow Wilson was not a warm man, not a flexible one, but he was driven, visionary, and, ultimately, consumed by his own righteousness. Next, Warren G. Harding, the anti-Wilson. A man who wanted normalcy, played poker in the White House, drank bootleg whiskey during Prohibition, and left behind a trail of scandals, love letters, and one very mysterious death in a San Francisco hotel room. Warren G. Harding. Warren G. Harding was a president who looked the part, spoke the part, and very possibly had no idea what the part actually entailed. He had the voice of a radio god, the jawline of a Roman statue, and the presidential instincts of a confused bartender. Elected on a wave of post-Wilson exhaustion, Harding promised America a return to normalcy. What he delivered instead was a presidency wrapped in poker chips, whispered affairs, and some of the most infamous corruption scandals in American history. Let's start with the voice. Harding had what reporters called the most presidential voice in American politics. Deep, smooth, radio ready. His speeches sounded like Old Testament prophecy filtered through bourbon. People loved listening to him, they just didn't remember what he said. One editor wrote, "Harding's words float like confetti, colorful, empty, and impossible to clean up." His vocabulary was creative. He once called politics a somber forum of fundamental understanding, and referred to democracy as not a showy effulgence, but a spiritual synchronization. Critics called it bloviation. Harding said he liked the way big words sounded when they collided. He won the 1920 election in a landslide. America was tired. The Great War was over. The Spanish flu had ravaged the nation. Wilson's moral crusades had left people dizzy. Harding offered calm. Simplicity. A promise to go back, not forward. Normalcy, he said. It wasn't even a real word. Didn't matter. It worked. In office, Harding governed like a man hosting a very long, very awkward dinner party. He delegated, extensively. He once said, "I am not fit for this office, and never should have been here." His cabinet was split between serious talent like Herbert Hoover and Charles Evans Hewson's spectacular grifters known as the Ohio Gang, who turned federal government into their personal ATM. Let's talk Teapot Dome. It was a land-lease deal involving oil reserves in Wyoming and bribery at a scale that still stinks a century later. Secretary of the Interior Albert Fall secretly leased naval oil reserves to private companies in exchange for cash, cattle, and loans. It was the first time a U.S. cabinet member went to prison for crimes committed in office. Harding claimed he knew nothing. History remains skeptical. And then there were the parties. Harding played poker twice a week in the White House, drank bootleg whiskey during Prohibition, smoked cigars while discussing tariffs. He once gambled away an entire set of White House china. His friends' lobbyists, oilmen, fixers called him Wobbly Warren. He laughed with them, poured another drink, tried not to notice when they looted the treasury. His personal life? A scandal buffet. Harding had at least 2 known affairs during his presidency. One was with Carrie Phillips, a German sympathizer during World War I, who allegedly blackmailed him. The other was Nan Britton, a much younger woman who later claimed she bore his child. In 1927, she published The President's Daughter, igniting national outrage and voyeuristic fascination. DNA evidence would confirm her story decades later. Harding wrote Britton love letters, dozens, passionate, awkward, purple with desire. He called his private parts Jerry. He wrote about hiding in closets, about missing her in ways that made even 1920s readers blush. One of his most infamous lines, "I love your poise of perfect thighs." A sentence no sitting president should ever write. But somehow, Harding made it sound like a rejected line from a Gatsby draft. Despite everything, Harding tried to do good. He spoke out against lynching, supported anti-discrimination laws that never passed, advocated for disarmament and international cooperation. His foreign policy, led by Secretary Hughes, actually helped stabilize post-war Europe. But Harding couldn't outrun the chaos inside his own administration or his own personality. In 1923, while on a voyage of understanding tour across the country, Harding began feeling ill. He traveled to Alaska, then down the Pacific coast, growing weaker by the mile. In San Francisco, he collapsed in bed at the Palace Hotel. On the 2nd of August, he died suddenly. The cause? Officially, a heart attack or stroke. But the doctors kept changing the story. No autopsy was performed. Rumors swirled. Poison, cover-up, revenge. None confirmed. But the mystery never quite faded. He died in office, beloved by many. By the time the full scope of the scandals emerged, he was gone. His widow, Florence, burned many of his papers. Said she was protecting Warren. Said it with the steel-cold certainty of someone who knew exactly what was in them. Warren G. Harding was not evil. He wasn't even ambitious. He was affable, trusting, easily manipulated, and tragically out of his depth. A man who wanted to be liked. Who liked the trappings of power but not the burdens. Who governed by instinct and died before the bill came due. Next up, Calvin Coolidge, the man who followed the storm by becoming the silence. Silent Cal, who spoke like a telegram, napped daily, refused to use the telephone, and once said the business of America is business then, governed exactly like he meant it. Calvin Coolidge. Calvin Coolidge was the human embodiment of the pause button. He spoke like punctuation, governed like a minimalist monk. And when the whirlwind of the Harding scandals settled, Coolidge emerged from the wreckage not with reform but with stillness. In an era roaring with jazz, flappers, and fast money, Coolidge governed with silence, naps, and a belief that doing less often meant doing right. They called him Silent Cal, and not as a compliment. The man was a conversational black hole. Once, a woman at a dinner party told him she had bet she could get him to say more than 2 words. His reply? "You lose. That's not folklore. That's direct from the Coolidge brand playbook." Coolidge became president in 1923 after Warren G. Harding died mid-tour. He was sworn in by his own father, a notary public, by lamplight in a Vermont farmhouse. No fanfare, no suits. Just an oath, a flickering oil lamp, and one of the most famous poker faces in U.S. history sliding into the White House with the volume all the way down. And once there, he did remarkably little. But that was the point. Coolidge believed the presidency wasn't about action, it was about restraint. "It is much more important to kill bad bills than to pass good ones," he said. He vetoed repeatedly, cut taxes, slashed government spending, and then he cut some more. He returned budget surpluses, refused to regulate booming industries. His ideology wasn't laissez-faire, was laissez. Don't even call me. He famously said, "The business of America is business," and then governed accordingly. Under Coolidge, the stock market soared, corporations flourished, productivity exploded. He saw this as proof that the best government was nearly invisible. Let the markets work. Let industry lead. The future was profit-shaped and dipped in chrome. Coolidge was deeply religious about efficiency. He believed in economy not just of policy, but of movement. He took short steps, delivered speeches so brief that audiences sometimes missed the point entirely. His average State of the Union address? Around 3,000 words. For comparison, Wilson averaged 20,000. And he read them all in a flat nasal tone that made C-SPAN look like Die Hard. He took naps. Daily. Religiously. Sometimes twice a day. He believed sleep was moral recalibration. White House staffers were instructed never to wake him unless it was war, natural disaster, or literal invasion. One aide once whispered outside his door during a crisis. Coolidge slept through it. They resolved the issue. He later said, "See? Sleep helps the country." He also kept a mechanical horse on the White House lawn for exercise, rode it in full suit and tie, didn't smile once. Coolidge had a dry, granite humor. At a formal dinner, he was told he'd been seated next to a woman who liked to talk things out. Coolidge responded, "Only if necessary." When asked why he didn't use the telephone in the White House, he said, "Because it rings." He loved animals, especially raccoons. He had one named Rebecca that lived on the White House grounds. She wore a collar, attended Easter egg rolls. Coolidge refused to eat her when she was originally sent as a Thanksgiving meal. He declared her a friend, not food. He was loyal, painfully so. He stood by Harding's appointees even as scandals trickled down. Believed in preserving institutional dignity, even if it meant ignoring the rot. His faith in the presidency was almost romantic. The man would iron his own handkerchiefs to avoid burdening the staff. His personal life was quiet. His wife, Grace, was the charm he lacked, witty, warm, and well-liked. Coolidge once said, "Grace speaks enough for both of us." When their teenage son died from a blister infected after playing tennis on the White House courts, Coolidge was devastated. He didn't talk about it. He simply grew more withdrawn, more private, a hollow space behind the already closed curtain. In 1928, with the economy booming and support strong, Coolidge stunned the nation. He announced, in classic Coolidge fashion, that he would not seek another term. His statement was 6 words long. "I do not choose to run. No elaboration, just silence." He left the White House with no scandal, no memoir, no dramatic farewell tour. Just a quiet departure to Northampton, Massachusetts, where he wrote newspaper columns, walked in silence, and read the daily budget like scripture. He died in 1933 of a heart attack. No drama, no prolonged illness, just gone. Like a final period at the end of a single, perfectly typed sentence. Coolidge didn't transform the presidency. He shrank it, deliberately. In a century of volume, he was a whisper. In an age of ambition, he was contentment. And whether that was wisdom or neglect remains an open debate. Next, Herbert Hoover, the brilliant engineer and humanitarian who built a global reputation for crisis response, only to become president just in time for the worst economic collapse in U.S. history. A man who believed in self-reliance, even as breadlines stretched for miles. Herbert Hoover. Herbert Hoover entered the presidency as a symbol of competence. A self-made millionaire, a humanitarian savior of war-torn Europe, and a man who had never held elected office before stepping into the highest one in the land. He was America's Mr. Fix it until everything broke, and then kept breaking, and then turned into the Great Depression, dragging Hoover's legacy down with every closing bank and every shuttered farm. Let's rewind to the pre-crash version of Hoover. Born in a tiny Iowa village, orphaned at 9, Hoover was raised by Quakers and grit. He studied engineering at Stanford's inaugural class, barely affording tuition, and went on to become a globe-trotting mining engineer, managing projects on 5 continents. He translated Latin mining texts for fun. He was that guy. Then came World War I. Hoover organized the Commission for Relief in Belgium, feeding millions of civilians caught in the crossfire. He later ran U.S. food relief efforts in post-war Europe. By the time the 1920s rolled around, Hoover was a household name, not for politics but for feeding the starving. Coolidge called him the greatest humanitarian since Jesus Christ. And while that might be a stretch, the public agreed. He was a hero with spreadsheets. He served as Secretary of Commerce under both Harding and Coolidge, turning the role into an economic engine. He championed aviation, standardization. Ever wonder why electrical plugs are uniform? And river control projects. His style was technocratic, data-driven, committee-led, results-obsessed. He believed in the power of voluntary cooperation over government mandates, efficiency over ideology. In 1928, he was elected president in a landslide. Then came 1929. Just months after taking office, the stock market crashed. The roaring 20s fell into silence. Banks failed. Unemployment soared. Dust storms began to swirl. And Herbert Hoover, the brilliant engineer of relief and progress, seemed suddenly paralyzed. It wasn't indifference. Hoover cared deeply. He worked around the clock, met with industrialists, bankers, and governors, launched public works projects, urged businesses not to cut wages. But everything he did was small-scale, cautious, rooted in his fundamental belief that aid should come from private charity and local government, not federal intervention. He feared dependency. He feared a bloated federal state. He believed the American spirit could fix itself if left unshackled. But as breadlines stretched for blocks and children starved in cities, his philosophy began to look less principled and more out of touch. He created the Reconstruction Finance Corporation to prop up banks and railroads. He supported the Federal Home Loan Bank Act. He eventually spent more than any peacetime president before him, but it wasn't enough. And he never adjusted the message, never admitted failure. His speeches still sounded like engineering lectures. Prosperity is just around the corner, he said. People stopped listening. Hoover became a punchline. Homeless encampments were dubbed Hoovervilles. Newspapers used as blankets were called Hoover blankets. Empty pockets turned inside out, Hoover flags. He became the face of suffering despite having spent his pre-presidential life alleviating it. He was also deeply awkward. He hated small talk, feared crowds. Once said, "Blessed are the introverts, for they shall inherit the archives." He avoided the press, rarely smiled, and often vanished into policy reports like they were safety blankets. His wife, Lou, was the more social of the two, and the first lady to give a radio address. But even she couldn't humanize his image. Hoover also had an unfortunate moment with the bonus Army WWI veterans who camped in D.C., demanding early payment of bonuses during the Depression. Hoover ordered them cleared out. The Army, led by General Douglas MacArthur, used tear gas and bayonets. The optics? Catastrophic. Americans watched as veterans were driven from the Capitol like rioters. By 1932, Hoover was politically dead. He ran for re-election against Franklin D. Roosevelt and lost in a landslide. The once adored engineer was now the nation's scapegoat. He left office bitter, broken, and muttering that FDR's New Deal would destroy the moral fiber of the American people. And Yeth didn't disappear. Hoover spent the next 3 decades trying to repair his legacy. He wrote books, chaired commissions, worked on government reform under Truman. He became the elder statesman of conservative governance. A man who still believed the Constitution should limit the state, who believed the solution to national crisis should come from within, not from Washington. He died in 1964, at age 90. A man who had once fed the world, then failed his own nation, and never really stopped trying to explain why. Next, Franklin D. Roosevelt, the aristocrat turned populist, who beat polio, charmed the country, rebuilt its economy, led it through a world war, and served more terms than any president before or since, all while hiding that he could barely stand. Franklin D. Roosevelt. Franklin Delano Roosevelt didn't just change the presidency, exploded it, rebuilt it, and then stayed longer than anyone else, daring history to catch up. He entered the White House during a national freefall and left it just months before the world re-emerged from total war. FDR was more than a president. He was a force of nature in a Navy cape, gripping a cigarette holder like a conductor's baton, orchestrating the chaos of the 20th century with charm, strategy, and sheer, relentless will. He was born into wealth and privilege. Hyde Park, New York. A family estate with servants, tutors, and the sort of genteel arrogance that produces either museum curators or presidents. He was a fifth cousin of Teddy Roosevelt and married Teddy's niece, Eleanor, because in the Roosevelt family tree, ambition always found a familiar branch. Then came polio. At 39, FDR was struck down, paralyzed from the waist down. He was told he'd never walk again. He didn't accept it. He refused. He taught himself to walk by locking his knees in iron braces, using a cane, and gripping someone's arm like a lifeline. He practiced endlessly, smiling through pain, and made sure cameras never caught him being lifted. His paralysis was the worst-kept secret in American politics, and the most carefully managed. He ran for president in 1932 as the Great Depression choked the country. Banks were collapsing. People were starving. Hoover's optimism rang hollow. FDR's didn't. "The only thing we have to fear is fear itself," he said at his inaugural, and somehow that sentence landed like thunder. He spoke not like a politician, but like a leader at a campfire, making people believe that daylight was coming. Then came the New Deal. Roosevelt didn't tinker. He transformed. Banking reform, public works, Social Security, labor rights, federal housing programs. The alphabet soup of agencies, WPA, CCC, TVA, SEC, poured out of Washington like a legislative flood. His approach was simple. Try everything. If it fails, try something else. The country didn't just need programs, it needed movement, and Roosevelt gave it momentum. He used radio like no one before. His fireside chats made Americans feel like the president was in their living room, speaking directly to them, calmly explaining complex crises with words like bricks. He was the first true mass media president. People listened. People wrote to him by the thousands. Some called him Uncle Frank. His critics screamed about government overreach. He smiled and passed another executive order. When the Supreme Court struck down parts of the New Deal, he threatened to pack it with new justices. The plan failed, but the message stuck. FDR didn't flinch. Not at the Constitution, not at the banks, not at the press. He was there to win on behalf of the American people, even if they didn't always agree with how he did it. He was re-elected, and re-elected again, and then again. 12 years in office. No term limits yet. He won 4 presidential elections. During the second, he crushed his opponent so thoroughly that Republicans wondered if they'd ever win again. His campaigns were a mix of optimism, momentum, and carefully engineered working-class loyalty. He built a political coalition of laborers, black voters, immigrants, and Southern Democrats that reshaped the landscape for decades. And then came World War II. FDR saw it coming before most Americans did. He began preparing quietly. Lend-Lease, rearmament, strategic positioning. After Pearl Harbor, he declared war with calm fury. A date which will live in infamy. He didn't just lead the war, efforts steered the planet. Met with Churchill and Stalin. Managed logistics on a scale no president ever had. Mobilized factories, scientists, artists, soldiers, and entire industries like chess pieces on a global board. He made the presidency imperial because the times demanded it. Executive power expanded like a breathing lung. The federal government became a machine. A nation-saving, world-shaping, future-building machine. And through it all, Roosevelt smiled. He had affairs, whispered ones. His marriage to Eleanor was a partnership, more political than romantic, but deeply important. She became the conscience of the presidency and advocate, a speaker, a trailblazer in her own right. She held press conferences. She toured the country. She took on causes FDR wouldn't or couldn't. He smoked constantly, hid his pain, hid his legs, hid his fatigue, but it wore him down. By his fourth term, he was visibly ill. At the Yalta Conference in 1945, he looked skeletal. He died just weeks later, in Warm Springs, Georgia, of a cerebral hemorrhage, gone at 63. 12 years in office, 2 war-sown economic, 1 global fought to their breaking points. When the news reached the nation, grown men cried in the streets. Factories paused. Radios went silent. Franklin D. Roosevelt didn't just guide the country through crisis. He reshaped its idea of what government could be, should be, and sometimes must be. He left behind Social Security, a globe realigned, and a presidency forever altered. Next up, Harry S. Truman, the haberdasher from Missouri, who dropped the atomic bomb, desegregated the military, and once threatened to beat up a music critic for insulting his daughter's piano recital. Harry S. Truman. Harry S. Truman was never supposed to be president. He didn't crave the spotlight. He didn't dream of greatness. He wasn't born into money or legacy. He was a failed haberdasher from Missouri, a man with thick glasses, a clipped voice, and the unshakable belief that if you do what's right, the chips will fall where they must. And when they did, Truman stood his ground through war, Reconstruction, scandal, and decisions that cracked the planet in two. He became vice president in 1945 after less than 3 months of vague briefings and ceremonial smiles. Then Roosevelt died, suddenly, quietly. And the man who had never been told about the Manhattan Project was now commander-in-chief with the deadliest secret in history sitting on his desk like a ticking clock. Let's start with that clock. Within weeks, Truman authorized the use of the atomic bomb on Japan, Hiroshima, Nagasaki, 2 detonations, hundreds of thousands dead, and the end of World War II. Truman believed it saved lives by preventing a prolonged invasion. Critics believed it was unnecessary, even monstrous. He never flinched. "I made the decision," he said. "I'd do it again." From that moment on, Truman became the accidental architect of the modern world. He launched the Marshall Plan, pouring billions into rebuilding Western Europe. He recognized Israel in 1948 over the objections of his own State Department. He formed NATO. He crafted the Truman Doctrine, pledging U.S. support for countries resisting communism. It wasn't containment yet. It was the seed that grew into the Cold War. And yet, back home, no one was throwing parades. He faced strikes, inflation, racial unrest. His approval ratings plummeted. The Republican-controlled Congress called him weak. The press called him dull. He called Congress the do-nothing 80th and kept firing back. His style? Direct, blunt, unpolished. Once, when a critic slammed his daughter's piano recital, Truman wrote a letter promising to punch the man in the nose. He signed it. His desk held a plaque. "The buck stops here." It wasn't just a slogan. It was a philosophy. He didn't dodge blame, didn't outsource judgment. He fired General Douglas MacArthur during the Korean War not for losing battles, but for challenging civilian control of the military. MacArthur was a national hero. Truman didn't care. "I will not shirk," he said, and he didn't. He desegregated the military. With a stroke of the pen, Executive Order 9981 integrated the armed forces decades before the Civil Rights Act. Truman didn't hold rallies. He didn't tweet. He just did it, quietly, forcefully, because it was right. In 1948, everyone expected him to lose re-election. Pollsters gave him no chance. Newspapers pre-printed Dewey's victory. Truman responded with the greatest whistle-stop campaign in history. He crisscrossed the nation by train, giving dozens of speeches per day. He mocked elites, embraced farmers, shook every hand, and won. Narrowly, shockingly, iconically. He wasn't flashy, but he was furious when needed. He swore. He read history for pleasure. He played poker late into the night, drank bourbon, and loved Missouri barbecue. He wrote letters by hand. Sometimes angry, sometimes poetic, always from the gut. Truman lived simply. After leaving the White House, he returned to Missouri with no pension, no book deal, and no security detail. He walked to the grocery store, cashed checks at the corner bank, answered fan mail himself. When offered corporate gigs, he declined. "You don't take money for doing what you're supposed to do," he said. He left office with some of the lowest approval ratings in modern history. But time changed that. His decisions aged well. His courage, once seen as stubbornness, became admired as principle. Today, he's ranked among the best presidents. Not because he wanted the job, but because, once handed the weight of the world, he didn't drop it. Harry S. Truman was an ordinary man in an extraordinary storm, and he didn't just endure it. He steered through its sleeves, rolled up, eyes squinting through the smoke, and a hand firmly planted on the wheel of history. Next, Dwight D. Eisenhower, the war hero with a 5-star mind, a Midwestern smile, and a plan to build highways, avoid nuclear war, and warn USAT the very end about the thing no one saw coming: the military-industrial complex. Dwight D. Eisenhower. Dwight D. Eisenhower didn't walk into the presidency, marched in, 5-star medals gleaming, jaw set like bedrock, and the quiet confidence of a man who'd already saved the world once. Supreme Commander of Allied Forces, architect of day, the guy who beat Hitler. By the time he ran for president, he didn't need slogans. He was the slogan. I like Ike. 3 words, instant classic. Everyone did. Republicans, Democrats, soldiers, housewives, even his enemies found it hard to hate him. Eisenhower was the national grandfather America needed after 2 decades of depression, war, and atomic anxiety. He wasn't loud, he wasn't ideological, he was calm, methodical, relentlessly competent. And underneath that Kansas smile, a steel mind that knew exactly how power worked. Let's talk about that calm. Eisenhower mastered what historians call the hidden hand presidency. He appeared detached golfing, smiling, painting, but behind the scenes, he was orchestrating everything. Policy, legislation, military decisions. His cabinet meetings were structured like briefings. His memos read like war plans. He delegated, then evaluated, trusted, then verified. He warned his staff never to let them see you sweat, and they didn't. Domestically, he was a builder. The interstate highway system, his crown jewel, connected the country like never before. 41,000 miles of asphalt and ambition, laid out with military logic. Not just for commerce, for evacuation, for defense, for the future. It was the biggest infrastructure project in U.S. history, and it's still holding up. He expanded Social Security, balanced the budget, kept taxes high despite Republican protests, called it fiscal sanity. He wasn't about slashing government, he was about making it run like an engine. Smooth, durable, replaceable parts, optional. He enforced desegregation with federal muscle. When Arkansas refused to integrate its schools in 1957, Eisenhower sent the 101st Airborne to escort 9 black students into Little Rock Central High. No fanfare, just boots, orders, and national law. He didn't give speeches, he gave results. Eisenhower's biggest battles were often invisible. The Cold War was underway: spy games, nuclear brinkmanship, proxy conflicts. Ike played chess with Khrushchev while keeping the American people calm. He expanded the CIA, authorized covert ops, balanced on the knife's edge of annihilation with nerves of reinforced titanium. He was obsessed with avoiding another war. He'd seen it too closely. He knew its price. "Every gun that is made," he once said, "every warship launched, is a theft from those who hunger." Coming from a general, that line hits like a sermon. But he was no pacifist. When needed, he flexed. When the Suez Crisis exploded in 1956, Eisenhower forced Britain, France, and Israel to withdraw from Egypt not with bombs, but with economic threats. He pulled the plug on the pound sterling. No shots fired. Game over. He kept a poker face so perfect that even his own party often had no idea what he was thinking. He disliked McCarthyism, but let the senator burn himself out. He distrusted extremism, but let voters drift toward the middle. He was a master of long-term plays, and then came his goodbye. In his farewell address delivered in 1961, calmly, quietly, with no soaring rhetorics, Eisenhower warned of the military-industrial complex. A phrase no one had heard before. A warning about unchecked defense spending, corporate influence, and a nation addicted to arms. It was prophetic, chilling, and entirely unexpected from the man who'd worn more stars than any president before or since. Eisenhower spent his retirement in Gettysburg, painting landscapes, writing memoirs, and tending his garden. He played golf, watched the rise of the 60s with a furrowed brow. He lived to see the moon landing. He lived to see Vietnam start. And then, in 1969, he died at 78. The country paused, reflected, saluted. Dwight D. Eisenhower was not a firebrand, not a revolutionary. He was a stabilizer, a bridge between world war and world change. And beneath the gentle demeanor and strategic detachment was a leader who understood, better than anyone, that sometimes power works best when it whispers. Next, John F. Kennedy, golden boy of Camelot, who conquered television debates, stared down nuclear annihilation, romanced danger and movie stars, and left the world frozen mid-myth on a Dallas afternoon in 1963. John F. Kennedy. John F. Kennedy wasn't just a president, was a myth in real time. The youngest elected to the office, the first Catholic, a war hero with a Harvard accent, movie star looks, and a 1,000-watt smile that flashed like a camera shutter across the globe. His presidency was short, tragic, electric. And yet, the echo of his name still ripples through every American political conversation, like a ghost trying to finish its speech. JFK was born into wealth, into dynasty. His father, Joseph Kennedy, had ambitions for all his sons, but Jack was the one with the charm. He survived a lifetime of illnesses, back surgeries, and war injuries. His medical file read like a hospital's worst-case scenario, but you'd never know it watching him stride across a tarmac with his wind-tousled hair and effortless confidence. He won the 1960 election by a razor-thin margin over Richard Nixon in what became the first truly televised campaign. The debates changed everything. Nixon looked sick, sweaty, and gray. Kennedy looked like leadership made flesh. People didn't just hear the next president, they saw him, and liked what they saw. Once in office, Kennedy branded his administration as Camelot, a gleaming era of promise, youth, and cultural sophistication. His wife, Jackie, redecorated the White House with French antiques and hosted Nobel laureates and opera stars. She gave televised tours in a voice like whispered silk. Together, they turned Pennsylvania Avenue into something closer to Versailles. But beneath the sheen, Kennedy governed like a Cold War gladiator. He faced down the Soviets over Berlin. When they built the wall, JFK responded with troops, tanks, and a speech in West Berlin that still echoes, "Ich bin ein Berliner." He meant to say he stood with them. And no, he didn't call himself a jelly donut. That's a myth. Then came Cuba. In 1961, The Bay of Pigs invasion, a CIA-backed attempt to overthrow Fidel Castro, ended in disaster. Kennedy took full responsibility. "Victory has 100 fathers, and defeat is an orphan," he said. Americans, oddly, admired him more for owning it. A year later, the Cuban Missile Crisis pushed the world to the brink of nuclear war. 13 days of tension, Soviet missiles on the island, blockades, ultimatums. The world held its breath. Kennedy stared into the abyss and didn't blink. He negotiated secretly, publicly, and relentlessly. Eventually, Khrushchev backed down. Missiles were removed. The world exhaled. Domestically, Kennedy's record was more complicated. He pushed for civil rights, but cautiously. Too cautiously for some. He proposed major legislation but left much of the heavy lifting to Lyndon Johnson. He desegregated the University of Alabama, sent troops when needed, but often danced between progress and political fallout. He wanted to be liked as much as he wanted to lead. His signature domestic policy was the space race. After the Soviets launched Sputnik and sent Yuri Gagarin into orbit, JFK responded with boldness. "We choose to go to the moon. Not because it was easy," he said, "but because it was hard." It wasn't just a goal, it was a national rallying cry. NASA became the cathedral of American optimism. And then, Dallas. The 22nd of November, 1963. A motorcade, a convertible, a clear sky, and then the shots. 2, 3, it didn't matter. The images burned themselves into the nation's memory. Jackie crawling across the back of the limousine, Walter Cronkite removing his glasses, a stunned silence that swallowed the world. Kennedy was 46. He didn't finish a first term, didn't get to see the moon landing, the Civil Rights Act, or Vietnam explode. He became a permanent what if, a political Polaroid frozen in youthful idealism. He left behind no memoirs, no retirement years, just legend and scandal. Affairs, Marilyn Monroe, interns, mob ties. The truth trickled out over decades. He was no saint, but he was a master of image and he knew it. He weaponized charisma, hid illness, managed optics like a magician palming a coin. It worked. Until the bullets came. He left behind a line that still lives in every civics textbook. Ask not what your country can do for your ask. What you can do for your country. It was more than rhetoric. It was a challenge and an ideal. John F. Kennedy didn't save the world. He didn't even get the chance. But for a brief, blazing moment, he made it believe it could be saved. Next, Lyndon B. Johnson, master of Senate power plays, who turned tragedy into landmark legislation, passed the Civil Rights Act, launched the war on poverty, and then marched into the quagmire of Vietnam with a pen in one hand and a growing storm in the other. Lyndon B. Johnson. Lyndon Baines Johnson didn't inherit the presidency. He grabbed it by the throat and made it his. Sworn in aboard Air Force One just hours after Kennedy's assassination, his hand on a Catholic missal instead of a Bible, LBJ began his presidency drenched in tragedy, but quickly turned it into transformation. He was a man of paradoxes, a Southern power broker who championed civil rights, a populist who bombed Southeast Asia, a president who wanted to be remembered as the builder of a great society, but got swallowed by the jungle of Vietnam. He grew up dirt poor in Texas Hill Country, in a house without running water. He taught Mexican-American children in a segregated school and never forgot what poverty looked like. Power, for Johnson, wasn't abstract. It was personal, tangible, a tool to be picked up and used, and no one knew how to use it better. In the Senate, LBJ was a legend. The Johnson treatment was infamous. He'd loom over colleagues, nose to nose, whispering threats and flattery like a political snake charmer. He once passed 84 bills in a single session. Not because they were easy, but because he was relentless. When Kennedy died, Johnson didn't just assume office, he detonated it. He used the national grief to push through a tidal wave of legislation: the Civil Rights Act of 1964, the Voting Rights Act of 1965, Medicare, Medicaid, Head Start, federal funding for education, the war on poverty. Johnson didn't nibble at problems. He swallowed them whole. His Great Society was the most ambitious domestic agenda since the New Deal. He wanted to end poverty, end racial injustice, build a country where no child was hungry and no elder afraid to get sick. And he almost pulled it off. He made enemies doing it. Southern Democrats turned against him for civil rights. Conservatives called him a spendthrift. Liberals said he didn't go far enough. But Johnson didn't care. "What the hell's the presidency for?" he said. "If not to fight for what you believe?" He was crass, vulgar, a hurricane of profanity and passion. He conducted meetings while sitting on the toilet. He showed reporters his gallbladder surgery scar. He named his dog Little Beagle Johnson and referred to his own anatomy in the third person. He was loud, crude, brilliant and always moving. But then came Vietnam. Johnson inherited a simmering conflict, a Cold War chessboard, the fear of communism spreading like wildfire. He escalated slowly at first, then, all at once. More troops, more bombing, more body bags. The Gulf of Tonkin resolution gave him sweeping military authority. The Tet Offensive shattered public confidence. Night after night, Americans watched war unfold on television in grainy footage and rising casualty numbers. Johnson was trapped. He believed in the war, believed in containing communism. But every escalation dug the hole deeper. Protests erupted. Cities burned. College campuses turned into battlegrounds. And through it all, Johnson paced the halls of the White House, haunted by casualty reports and shouting into phones like a man arguing with fate. He hated being hated. He craved approval the way some presidents crave legacy. And in March 1968, with re-election looming and the country tearing at the seams, he shocked the world by announcing, "I shall not seek and I will not accept the nomination of my party for another term as your president." It was a mic drop laced with sorrow, a titan stepping off the stage. He left office in 1969, retired to his Texas ranch, and watched his programs get dismantled and his war grow bloodier. He aged fast, gained weight, grew tired. He once said, "I've given everything I've got to give." And he had. Heart, soul, blood pressure, gallstones, all of it. He died in 1973, just 4 years after leaving office. A man whose legacy still feels like a split screen. One half towering achievement, the other inescapable war. Lyndon B. Johnson wasn't loved like Kennedy or respected like Eisenhower, but he got things done. Monumental, messy, nation-changing things. And for better or worse, he showed that the presidency, when wielded without fear, could shake the very bones of the country. Next, Richard Nixon, the master strategist and political survivor who opened China, ended the draft and won a landslide before losing it all in a slow, paranoid spiral called Watergate. Richard Nixon. Richard Nixon was the most Shakespearean figure to ever hold the presidency: ambitious, brilliant, awkward, paranoid, and ultimately undone not by enemies, but by his own reflection. He rose from poverty to power, won by landslides, opened doors to the world, and then threw it all away with microphones hidden behind walls. He was a genius who couldn't stop listening for betrayal. A president who could have been great if only he trusted anyone, including himself. Born in a small California town, Nixon came up hard. His Quaker upbringing was strict. His early life, marked by loss and work. 2 of his brothers died young. He paid for college by running a used car dealership and winning scholarships. Nothing came easy and he never forgot it. He first entered national politics as a congressman investigating communists. Alger Hiss was his target, a high-ranking State Department official accused of spying. Nixon helped expose him. It made his name. Cold warrior. Bulldog. The guy who wouldn't blink. Then came the Senate. Then came the vice presidency under Eisenhower. As VP, Nixon was tireless. He traveled, debated Khrushchev in a Moscow kitchen, survived a scandal with the Checkers speech and emotional television address, where he defended himself, his wife, and their cocker spaniel. He was mocked for it, but it worked. He stayed. He waited. In 1960, he ran for president and lost to JFK in the closest race in U.S. history. It gutted him. His smile faded. He blamed the media, the elites, the system. He ran for governor of California in 1962 and lost again. "You won't have Nixon to kick around anymore," he snapped at the press. Everyone assumed he was done. He wasn't. In 1968, Nixon came back, hard, promising law and order amid protests, riots, and Vietnam. He won, and when he returned to power, it wasn't with hope, it was with a plan. First, the world. He visited China in 1972, the first U.S. president to do so, shook hands with Mao, opened relations with a country Americans barely understood. It was bold, strategic, and historic. It changed global politics forever. Then he visited the Soviet Union, signed arms control agreements, and began pulling troops out of Vietnam. Domestically, he ended the draft, created the Environmental Protection Agency, supported desegregation even, enforced school integration with federal muscle. His presidency was one of surprising liberal accomplishments for a conservative. He governed like a pragmatist with a Cold War map in one hand and a barometer in the other. And then, Watergate. It started as a break-in. The 17th of June, 1972. 5 men arrested inside the Democratic National Committee headquarters. At first, it seemed like a minor scandal. But the threads led back to Nixon's re-election committee. And behind that, a maze of illegal surveillance, wiretaps, slush funds, and dirty tricks. Nixon denied everything. Then it came out that he had taped every conversation in the Oval Office, hours upon hours. And those tapes, they didn't just expose corruption. They revealed a president obsessed with enemies, paranoid, profane, conspiratorial. The smoking gun tape showed Nixon ordering the CIA to block the FBI investigation. It was over. Impeachment loomed. Resignations piled up. Advisors flipped. The public turned. On the 8th of August, 1974, Nixon addressed the nation and resigned. The first president in U.S. history to quit the job. The next day, he boarded a helicopter from the White House lawn, gave one last wave, and vanished into the sky like a tragic hero exiting Act 5. And here's the twist. He was later pardoned by Gerald Ford. A controversial decision that may have cost Ford the next election but spared the country a long trial. Nixon disappeared to California, wrote books, rehabilitated his image, slowly, quietly. And when he died in 1994, world leaders came to honor him. They spoke of vision, of diplomacy, of the man who went to China, not the one who bugged the DNC. Richard Nixon was a giant, a builder, a destroyer, a man who trusted no one and proved himself right. But he also ended a war, rewrote geopolitics, and redefined the limits of executive power by going far, far past them. Next, Gerald Ford, the man who never ran for president or vice president, but still ended up in the Oval Office, honest, athletic, unassuming, and tasked with healing a country that had just watched its government unravel on live television. Gerald Ford. Gerald R. Ford was the only president in American history never elected to the presidency or the vice presidency. He didn't campaign for power. He didn't seek it. He was simply there when history pulled a fire alarm. Nixon resigned. Spiro Agnew had already been forced out. And suddenly, the unassuming congressman from Michigan, whose greatest ambition had been Speaker of the House, was sitting in the Oval Office, blinking like someone who just stepped into a house he didn't remember buying. Ford was calm, straightforward, solid. He looked like a high school football coach, which made sense he was one. Before politics, he was an All-American center at the University of Michigan, turned down NFL offers, and served with distinction in the Navy during World War II. No scandals, no smoke. Just the political equivalent of toast dependable, sometimes dry but impossible to burn. He took office on the 9th of August, 1974, the day after Nixon's resignation. In his first speech, he told the country, "Our long national nightmare is over." It was the right line, at the right time, from the right man. America needed normal. Ford was normal. And then he pardoned Nixon. 1 month into office, no trial, no public airing of tapes or secrets, just a clean, preemptive pardon for any crimes Nixon may have committed. Ford said it was for national healing. Critics called it a cover-up. His approval ratings plunged. Protesters picketed. Congress grumbled. And while the decision may have spared the nation months of turmoil, it may also have cost Ford his political future. But he didn't apologize. He stood by it. The only honest thing to do, he said. It was one of the most unpopular acts of presidential courage in modern history. Ford's presidency was defined by turbulence and his attempts to tread water in it. The economy was in shambles. Stagflation, high inflation, high unemployment, crushed middle-class confidence. His solution? A campaign called Whip Inflation Now, Win, complete with buttons. Americans were urged to save money and grow their own vegetables. It didn't work. Inflation didn't budge. But the buttons make great vintage collectibles. He survived 2 assassination attempts in the same month, both in California, both by women. One of them was Squeaky Fromm, a member of the Manson family. The other, Sarah Jane Moore, actually fired a shot that missed Ford's head by inches. A bystander, an ex-Marine, grabbed her arm. Ford didn't flinch, kept walking. Later said, "You don't duck if you're a quarterback." He was the most athletic president in modern history. Swam daily, skied, played golf with the power of a linebacker and the accuracy of a cartoon. He was famously clumsy, not in reality, but in perception. A few stumbles down Air Force One's stairs, and an overeager press corps turned him into a walking pratfall. Chevy Chase's impression on SNL lol tumbles, and buffooner etched the image into the public mind. It wasn't fair, but it stuck. He was married to Betty Ford, a First Lady, who refused to be background decor. She spoke openly about breast cancer, addiction, feminism, and mental health. She later founded the Betty Ford Center for Addiction Treatment. Becoming more than just a presidential spouse, she became a movement. In 1976, Ford ran for election on his own terms, faced a primary challenge from Ronald Reagan, barely survived it, then faced Jimmy Carter in the general election and lost. Barely. It was close, but not close enough. The Nixon shadow hadn't fully lifted. The economy still ached. And Ford, despite his decency, couldn't convince the country he was the future. He left office with grace, wrote books, gave speeches, played golf, watched his reputation slowly climb back up the mountain. By the time he died in 2006 at age 93, many Americans remembered him not as Nixon's cleanup crew but as the steady hand on the tiller when the country was in a tailspin. Gerald Ford was never supposed to be president. But when the nation needed someone to turn the lights back on, sweep the glass off the floor, and remind everyone how democracy is supposed to feel, he was the right man at the right time. Next, Jimmy Carter, peanut farmer from Georgia, who promised honesty, wore cardigans, brokered peace, and then watched helplessly as inflation, gas lines, and a hostage crisis cracked his presidency, before history gave him a second act as the greatest former president of all time. Jimmy Carter. Jimmy Carter was a president who felt more like a preacher, quiet, moral, deeply sincere, a peanut farmer from Georgia who promised the country not greatness, but goodness. He didn't swagger. He didn't lie. He told America it had to do better, be better, sacrifice more. And in return, America often looked at him the way a teenager looks at a parent, suggesting an early bedtime. Carter was honest in a town that thrives on artifice. And that, more than anything else, defined his rise and his fall. He came from Plains, Georgia population, not many. A naval officer turned peanut businessman turned state senator turned governor. He won the presidency in 1976 by campaigning as the anti-Washington. Post-Watergate, post-Vietnam, post-Nixonian fatigue, Carter's outsider status became his greatest asset. "I'll never lie to you," he said, and people believed him. He walked during his inaugural parade, carried his own luggage, wore cardigans in the White House to save energy, turned down the heat. He made decency presidential again and confused the hell out of everyone in the process. Where Nixon schemed and Ford reassured, Carter lectured about oil consumption, about national malaise, about turning thermostats down to 65. His speeches were filled with moral clarity, sometimes soaring, often sobering. In 1979, he delivered the so-called crisis of confidence speech, a national diagnosis, more than a pep talk. He told Americans that materialism was eroding their spirit, that their trust in government was fractured, and that fixing the country wasn't about politics, it was about character. The press called it the malaise speech, even though he never used the word. It was honest, thoughtful, philosophical, and politically catastrophic. People didn't want a sermon, they wanted a spark. Still, Carter achieved more than most remember. He brokered the Camp David Accord, one of the most significant peace agreements in modern history between Egypt and Israel. He negotiated it personally. 12 days, late nights, emotional breakdowns. He kept pushing, pulling, mediating. The result? A handshake between Anwar Sadat and Menachem Begin on the White House lawn, and peace that, remarkably, still holds. He created the Department of Energy and the Department of Education. He pushed for clean energy long before it was popular, installed solar panels on the White House roof. Reagan later removed them. He deregulated airlines, trucking, and beer, appointed more women and minorities to federal positions than any president before him. He was progressive before the word got rebranded. But Carter's presidency was haunted by shadows he couldn't outrun. Inflation soared. Interest rates hit 20%. Gas shortages led to long lines and public rage. The Iranian Revolution exploded in 1979. The Shah, a U.S. ally, fled. Ayatollah Khomeini took over. And then 52 Americans were taken hostage at the U.S. Embassy in Tehran. Carter tried diplomacy, then rescue. Operation Eagle Claw failed. A helicopter crashed in the desert. 8 servicemen died. The hostages stayed imprisoned. And Carter, already battered, became the image of impotence on nightly news. He ran for re-election in 1980 and faced not just a Republican opponent, but a force of personality. Ronald Reagan promised morning in America. Carter promised a long night of repair work. The result was a landslide. Carter lost, badly. He left the White House bruised but unbowed, returned to Plains. And then, something remarkable happened. Jimmy Carter became the greatest former president in American history. He founded the Carter Center, worked on global disease eradication, built homes for Habitat for Humanity, monitored elections, and won the Nobel Peace Prize in 2002. He lived modestly, flew coach, preached on Sundays. By his 90s, he was building homes while battling brain cancer and winning. He became a living sermon. Not everyone liked his politics, but everyone respected his post-presidency. He made humility powerful again. Integrity matter again. Jimmy Carter didn't sell the American dream. He asked the country to live up to it, and when the presidency proved too fragile for his faith, he simply kept doing the work without the title. Next. Ronald Reagan, the Hollywood cowboy, who turned conservative charisma into a communications revolution, charmed the country, fought the Cold War with catchphrases, and smiled his way through scandal, dementia, and one of the most transformative terms in presidential history, Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan didn't just win the presidency, performed it. The former Hollywood actor turned governor of California stepped into the national spotlight with a twinkle in his eye, a script in his pocket, and a conviction that America's best days were always just one montage away. He wasn't just a politician, he was a storyteller. And for 8 years, he made millions of Americans believe in the story again. Reagan was born in 1911 in a small Illinois town. He worked as a lifeguard, saved 77 lives, then became a radio announcer, then a B-movie actor. His most famous role? George Gipp in Newt Rockne, All-American. Win one for the Gipper. He reused that line frequently. And by the time he entered politics in the 1960s, it wasn't a quote, it was a brand. His political evolution was dramatic. Once a New Deal Democrat, Reagan moved right as he aged, especially during the Cold War. He became a spokesperson for General Electric and for conservatism. In 1964, he delivered A Time for Choosing, a televised speech for Barry Goldwater that electrified Republicans. By 1966, he was governor of California. By 1980, he was running for president against Jimmy Carter. He won in a landslide. The country was tired of inflation, of gas lines, of hostages in Tehran. Reagan offered optimism. Morning in America. He promised tax cuts, smaller government, and peace through strength. He sold America back to itself with a grin and a quip. And then he got shot. The 30th of March, 1981. Just 69 days into his presidency, John Hinckley Jr. fired 6 shots outside a Washington hotel. One bullet punctured Reagan's lung, just inches from his heart. As he was wheeled into surgery, he looked at his doctors and said, "I hope you're all Republicans." He survived. The public swooned. Approval soared. His economic agenda was pure supply-side theory, later nicknamed Reaganomics. Massive tax cuts, deregulation, cuts to social spending. The theory? Let money flow from the top down. The result? A booming stock market, a ballooning deficit, and fierce debate that continues to this day. Supporters credit him with ending stagflation. Critics say he ignited wealth inequality. He busted the air traffic controllers union, ignored AIDS in its early years, slashed welfare. But he also signed off on immigration reform in 1986, granting amnesty to nearly 3 million undocumented immigrants. For all his conservative talk, Reagan could pivot when politics required. He hated nuclear war, feared it deeply. Despite his tough talk calling the Soviet Union an evil empire, he was more interested in ending the Cold War than prolonging it. He ramped up military spending, launched the Strategic Defense Initiative, Star Wars, and played geopolitical hardball. But then he met Mikhail Gorbachev, and something changed. The two men, a communist reformer, the other, a free market icon, found common ground. They signed arms reduction treaties, shared jokes, got personal. Reagan went from saber-rattling to handshakes. In 1987, he stood at the Brandenburg Gate and said, "Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall." 2 years later, it fell. His public persona was flawless. The great communicator. He told stories, quoted scripture, told America it was a shining city on a hill, but behind the scenes, the cracks formed. Iran-Contra. Reagan's administration secretly sold arms to Iran, despite an embargo, and used the profits to fund Nicaraguan rebels bypassing Congress. It was illegal. It was shady. And when it broke in 1986, the scandal nearly crushed his presidency. Reagan claimed he didn't remember key details. Some believed him. Others didn't. His popularity dipped, then rebounded. And then came the slow fade. By the late 80s, whispers of cognitive decline grew louder. He gave speeches that drifted, repeated stories, aides covered for him, but the charm held. In 1984, he won re-election in a landslide, 49 states. Still the largest electoral college victory in history. He left office in 1989 with high approval ratings, a survivor, a legend. In 1994, he announced he had Alzheimer's. The public cried. The man who had made a nation feel young again was now fading before their eyes. He died in 2004. The country paused, remembered, argued, honored. Ronald Reagan changed the Republican Party, changed Cold War politics, changed how presidents communicate. And through charm, myth, and marketing, he etched himself into the American psyche as both icon and enigma. Next, George H.W. Bush, the war hero turned CIA chief, vice president, and one-term president who won a war in Iraq, lost one at home, and reminded America that decency and diplomacy don't always win elections, but they do leave a legacy. George H.W. Bush. George Herbert Walker Bush was the last of a certain kind of president, a patrician warrior diplomat, raised in the rituals of duty, decorum, and quietly executed excellence. He was a war hero, a Yale man, a former CIA director, and a vice president who served under a political rock star. And when he finally got his shot at the top, he governed with calm hands and careful judgment. But in a country shifting towards soundbites and swagger, Bush's brand of competence and caution became unfashionable. Born into privilege in Massachusetts, Bush volunteered for the Navy on his 18th birthday. By 20, he was the youngest aviator in the U.S. military, flying torpedo bombers in the Pacific. Shot down over the ocean, he survived by clinging to a life raft, watching his plane's wreckage sink behind him. That brush with death gave him a lifetime of perspective and humility. After the war, he married Barbara, started an oil company in Texas, and entered politics. He served as a congressman, UN ambassador, liaison to China, and CIA director. By the time he became vice president under Ronald Reagan, he had the resume of 5 presidents stitched into one. In 1988, he ran to succeed Reagan. The campaign was bruising. He was labeled a wimp by critics who mistook decency for weakness. His response? Read my lips. No new taxes. That line, so confident, so definitive, would later haunt him like a ghost with a calculator. Once in office, Bush governed like a technician. His foreign policy was masterful. When the Berlin Wall fell, he didn't gloat, he didn't dance. He guided the end of the Cold War with restraint and diplomacy. While Reagan had dreamed of winning, Bush focused on managing the victor, ensuring German reunification, stabilizing NATO, and keeping Soviet hardliners from pushing back. Then came Iraq. In 1990, Saddam Hussein invaded Kuwait. Bush assembled a global coalition, got UN backing, and launched Operation Desert Storm. It was surgical, swift. 99 hours of ground combat. Iraq was expelled. Casualties were low. The mission was clear and completed. His approval rating soared to 90%. The Gulf War was, by all conventional measures, a geopolitical masterstroke. And yet, at home, things unraveled. The economy dipped, unemployment rose, and Bush, facing a budget crisis, did the unthinkable. He raised taxes, the very thing he'd promised never to do. It was fiscally responsible but politically fatal. Conservatives turned on him, Democrats mocked him, and the trust he'd built with voters cracked like old paint. He didn't help himself. He struggled with the vision thing, gave awkward speeches, once looked baffled by a supermarket scanner, or so the press claimed. He was decent, but often seemed disconnected. In a political world getting louder and faster, Bush looked like he was still reading the manual. In 1992, he faced Bill Clinton, charismatic governor with MTV energy and a saxophone solo. Ross Perot entered the race as an independent, siphoning votes and spotlight. Bush, the war hero and foreign policy wizard, was beaten by a guy from Arkansas who could make small talk sound like prophecy. He left office quietly, gracefully, wrote letters, thanked his staff, refused to criticize his successor. Later, he became the political patriarch of a family dynasty. His son, George W. Bush, would become president. Another, Jeb, would become a governor. And in retirement, H.W. became America's favorite elder, statesmanskadiving, at 75, 80, 85, and 90. His friendship with Bill Clinton became legendary. The odd couple, they were called. They worked on disaster relief, traded jokes, wrote notes. America watched two political rivals become partners in healing. It was weird and wonderful. When Bush died in 2018 at age 94, the country mourned. Not just a former president, but a symbol of a quieter political era. One where experience was prized, modesty was strength, and a president could lose with dignity and win without gloating. George H.W. Bush wasn't flashy. He didn't sell dreams, but he showed up, took the hits, made the calls, wrote the thank you notes. And when history finally caught its breath, it looked back and realized it liked him more than it thought. Next, Bill Clinton, the comeback king, the political savant with a saxophone who balanced the budget, triangulated the center, and almost lost it all over a blue dress, a lie, and an impeachment that divided a nation and defined a decade. Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton entered the White House with a saxophone, a southern drawl, and the kind of political instincts you can't teach, you just survive. A policy nerd with Elvis energy, he was a baby boomer president who seemed to blur the lines between politics, pop culture, and pure adrenaline. He governed in the age of 24-hour news, late-night jokes, and economic fireworks. And when it all came crashing down because of one very infamous affair, he proved he could take a scandal the size of a wrecking ball and walk away with his approval rating still somehow intact. Clinton grew up in Hope, Arkansas. His father died before he was born. His stepfather was abusive. And young Bill learned early how to read a room, tell a story, and play the long game. He was brilliant, restless, charismatic to a fault. He could quote constitutional law, explain tax code, and make you feel like the only person in the world all in one handshake. He won the 1992 election by triangulating everything. Against George H.W. Bush and third-party wildcard Ross Perot, Clinton played the economy like a fiddle. "It's the economy, stupid," became the unofficial campaign slogan. He promised change. He played sax on the Arsenio Hall show. He made policy sexier, at least accessible. And voters, exhausted by recession and ready for a reboot, gave him the keys. As president, Clinton hit the ground at a sprint. He tried to tackle healthcare reform with First Lady Hillary Clinton at the helm an ambitious plan that crashed into Congress and never recovered. But he learned, adapted, pivoted. His domestic agenda? Shockingly effective. He raised taxes on the wealthy, cut spending, and oversaw the longest peacetime economic expansion in U.S. history. By the end of his presidency, the budget was in surplus. Unemployment hit historic lows. Crime dropped. Inflation stayed down. Stock markets soared. He signed the North American Free Trade Agreement, NAFTA, angering unions. He passed welfare reform, angering liberals. He supported the don't ask, don't tell policy in the militaria, compromise that satisfied no one. He was a centrist by survival, a liberal by instinct, and a pragmatist by necessity. If there was a triangle, Clinton was in the middle of it. And then Monica Lewinsky. In 1998, the story broke. A White House intern, an affair, a denial. I did not have sexual relations with that woman, followed by an admission. Yes, he did. The scandal detonated. Ken Starr's investigation turned up a blue dress, explicit testimony, and hours of uncomfortable public parsing over what is means. Clinton was impeached by the House of Representatives, only the second president in U.S. history to face it. The charges? Perjury and obstruction of justice. The Senate held a trial and acquitted him. He stayed in office. His approval rating actually went up during the scandal, peaking above 70%. Why? The economy was booming, voters were exhausted, and Clinton, somehow, kept working. He became the comeback kid again. Internationally, he brokered peace deals in Northern Ireland and the Balkans. He launched airstrikes in Kosovo to halt ethnic cleansing. He ordered missile strikes against al-Qaeda training camps years before 2001. He failed to stop the Rwandan genocide. And in Israel-Palestine peace talks, he came close to a historic agreement, only to watch it fall apart in the final hours. Clinton's presidency was a roller coaster of triumph and scandal, genius and chaos. He was a master communicator, a relentless campaigner, and a policy wonk with the instincts of a Vegas card shark. He loved the game hand it showed. When he left office in 2001, he was both celebrated and tainted. History didn't know what to do with him, still doesn't. But as the years passed, his record held up. His popularity rebounded. He became a global philanthropist, a democratic kingmaker, and half of a political power couple that still casts a long, complicated shadow. Bill Clinton was the first president of the internet age, the first to be turned into a late-night punchline and a pop culture icon while still in office. He rewrote the rules, bent the truth, and left a legacy that is half economic miracle, half cautionary tale. Next, George W. Bush, the son of a president who vowed to be a compassionate conservative, then watched the towers fall, launched 2 wars, and tried to hold the country together with a bullhorn, a prayer, and a second-term storm named Katrina. George W. Bush. George W. Bush was the son of a president, the guy you'd want to have a beer with, and the leader who found himself at the helm of a nation in its most fragile modern moment. Elected as a compassionate conservative, he began his presidency with modest domestic goals and ended up launching 2 wars, expanding the federal government, surviving a national tragedy, and watching his approval ratings crash from the stratosphere to the basement, and then, slowly, begin to rise again. Born in Connecticut but raised in Texas, W carried the Bush name but made sure to add his own drawl. He was the frat boy turned governor, the former part owner of the Texas Rangers baseball team, the candidate who ran on cutting taxes and restoring dignity after the Clinton years. In 2000, he won the presidency in a race so close, so chaotic, that the Supreme Court had to stop the Florida recount. He lost the popular vote but won the Electoral College and inherited a divided country. And then, 9 months in, came that September. Suddenly, Bush, who had never traveled much internationally, who'd been seen as untested, was standing on the rubble with a bullhorn, declaring, "I can hear you. The rest of the world hears you. And the people who knocked these buildings down will hear all of us soon." It was his moment, his resolve, his rallying cry. He launched the war on terror. First, Afghanistan. Within weeks, U.S. forces invaded to dismantle al-Qaeda and remove the Taliban from power. It was quick. It looked decisive. But the war would stretch on longer than any other in American history. Then came Iraq. In 2003, Bush and his administration claimed Saddam Hussein possessed weapons of mass destruction, WMDs. Congress authorized force. Allies joined. The invasion began. Baghdad fell. Saddam was captured. But the WMDs? Never found. The post-war chaos? Immediate. Insurgency. Civil war. American casualties mounted. The mission had been accomplished except it hadn't. Back home, Bush remained defiant. "You're either with us or against us," he said. His approval soared, then sank. He created the Department of Homeland Security, signed the Patriot Act, oversaw warrantless surveillance. The balance between security and liberty shifted permanently. Domestically, he cut taxes. Twice. Passed No Child Left Behind, an ambitious education reform law. Launched Medicare Part D, the biggest expansion of the program since its inception. He called himself a compassionate conservative, but was often criticized from both sides by Democrats for being too conservative, by conservatives for spending like a liberal with a blank check. In 2005, Hurricane Katrina hit. The storm devastated New Orleans. Levees failed, entire neighborhoods drowned, and the federal response? Slow, disjointed, incompetent. Bush flew over the disaster zone in Air Force One and waved. The image haunted him. "Heck of a job, Brownie," he told FEMA's director one of the most infamous lines of his presidency. Trust in his leadership cracked. Then came the financial collapse of 2008. Wall Street buckled. Banks failed. The housing market imploded. Bush authorized the Troubled Asset Relief Program, TARP, bailing out financial institutions to prevent total collapse. It was unpopular, necessary, and the last major act of his presidency. He left office with approval ratings in the 20s, the lowest of any president since Nixon. Critics called him reckless, arrogant, a war criminal. But time, oddly, softened the image. In retirement, he painted, gave speeches, refused to criticize his successors. His book, Decision Points, was candid, self-aware, occasionally even funny. George W. Bush's presidency was defined by a single day and the decades of consequence that followed. He changed the world's geography, altered civil liberties, redrew America's role on the global stage. He didn't want to be a war president, but he became one, and history is still unraveling what that means. Next, Barack Obama, the orator who electrified a nation with hope, became the first black president, navigated recession and reform, and governed with calm in an age that demanded fire, all while singing Al Green and dropping the mic at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Barack Obama. Barack Obama was a phenomenon before he was a president, a first-term senator with a name that sounded like a headline and a voice that could hush stadiums. He was hope in a tailored suit. The man who rose from community organizer to commander-in-chief, electrifying the country with the promise that politics didn't have to be cynical, didn't have to be bitter, didn't have to be this. And for a momenta, dazzling, complicated, turbulent momented, felt like he might actually be right. Born in Hawaii to a Kenyan father and a Kansas mother, Obama's origin story read like an American remix. Multiracial, multicultural. He was raised by his grandparents, shaped by Chicago's South Side, and forged in the crucible of Ivy League rigor and inner-city activism. He was a constitutional law professor who could quote both Lincoln and Jay-Z, a man who moved through the world with poise, intellect, and just enough distance to seem mythic. In 2004, he delivered the keynote at the Democratic National Convention. One speech, one night. And suddenly, America was saying, that guy should be president. 4 years later, he was. His 2008 campaign was a movement. Yes, we can. A slogan, a chant, an anthem. He inspired young voters, mobilized black communities, captured independence. His rallies felt like concerts. His ground game was unprecedented. And when he beat John McCain, becoming the first black president of the United States, people wept in the streets. The election night crowd in Chicago's Grant Park looked like a miracle made real. Then came the job. He inherited a nation in freefall. The Great Recession was in full swing. Banks were failing. Jobs were vanishing. The housing market had collapsed. Obama pushed through the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act, a massive stimulus package aimed at jump-starting the economy. It wasn't perfect. It was heavily criticized. But it worked. Slowly. Steadily. He bailed out the auto industry, strengthened financial regulations with Dodd-Frank, oversaw the longest uninterrupted job growth in U.S. history. But much of the recovery felt invisible to the working class. Wall Street bounced back. Main Street? Still bruised. Then came the Affordable Care Act. Obamacare. His signature domestic achievement. It expanded healthcare coverage to millions. Banned discrimination for pre-existing conditions. Let young adults stay on their parents' insurance until 26. It was messy. It was compromised. But it passed. Just barely. No Republican votes. The right called it socialism. The left called it insufficient. Obama called it a step. Foreign policy? A mixed bag of high-stakes moves and gray area outcomes. He ended the Iraq War, sort of. Increased drone strikes in Pakistan, Yemen, and Somalia quiet. Lethal and controversial. Oversaw the raid that killed Osama bin Laden in 2011. A moment of catharsis, closure, and political victory that played like a thriller in real time. He signed the Paris Climate Accord, reopened relations with Cuba, negotiated the Iran nuclear deal. Won the Nobel Peace Prize less than a year into his presidency awkwardly, since most people weren't sure what he'd done yet. He admitted he wasn't sure either. He faced obstruction at every turn. The Tea Party rose. The Senate stonewalled. Mitch McConnell declared his goal was to make Obama a one-term president. In response, Obama stayed calm. Too calm, some said. Too detached. But the alternative, theatrics, chaos never suited him. He gave speeches that turned into scripture. Charleston, after the church shooting. Sandy Hook, where he cried on live television. Selma, where he stood on the Edmund Pettus Bridge and said the march wasn't over. He sang Amazing Grace. He dropped the mic. He called for unity in a world pulling itself apart. Culturally, he was everywhere. He slow-jammed the news, dropped Spotify playlists, read mean tweets on Jimmy Kimmel. He was the coolest guy in the room, and sometimes that made people furious. They called him aloof, arrogant. Celebrity, in chief. But he knew the camera was part of the job, and he used it like a surgeon. He was re-elected in 2012, defeating Mitt Romney. He won despite the economy, despite the opposition, despite being the first black president in a country still deeply divided by race. And he governed with a steady hand through 8 years of transformation and trauma. When he left office, his approval ratings were high. His successor was Donald Trump, a man who spent years questioning Obama's citizenship, mocking his policies, and promising to undo his legacy. Obama didn't respond with bitterness. He responded with silence, then books, then documentaries, then slow reemergence. Barack Obama didn't end division. He didn't solve inequality. He didn't stop climate change or gun violence. But he gave a country reeling from war and recession a voice that sounded like reason, and for a time, that was enough. Next, Donald J. Trump, the reality television tycoon who crashed into Washington with a Twitter feed, a red hat, and a promise to drain the swamp, then rewrote the rules, enraged the establishment, survived 2 impeachments, and left behind a nation more polarized than ever before. Donald J. Trump. Donald J. Trump didn't just enter politics, detonated it. A real estate mogul, reality television host, and walking tabloid headline. Trump launched his 2016 presidential campaign with a gold escalator ride and a speech that lit up every screen in America. What followed was one of the most shocking, divisive, and surreal presidencies in U.S. history. He wasn't just outside the system, he bulldozed the system, built a golf course over it, and put his name in 30-foot letters on the side. Trump was born in Queens in 1946, the son of a wealthy developer. He branded himself early, bold, brash, bigger than life. Casinos, hotels, pageants. The Apprentice made him a household name again in the 2000s, complete with his signature catchphrase, "You're fired." By the time he ran for president, he wasn't a candidate, he was a franchise. His 2016 campaign rewrote every rule. He insulted rivals, dominated headlines, used Twitter like a megaphone, called for a border wall, branded opponents with nicknames. His rallies became a vent-shaft concert, half-cage match. He won the Republican nomination by flattening a crowded field, then stunned the world by defeating Hillary Clinton in the Electoral College, despite losing the popular vote by nearly 3 million. And then came the presidency. From day one, it was chaos. The Muslim travel ban, the firing of FBI Director James Comey, accusations of Russian interference, leaks, tweets, more tweets, a record-setting staff turnover rate. But through the noise, Trump advanced his agenda: tax cuts, deregulation, and a conservative transformation of the federal judiciary, including 3 Supreme Court justices tilting the court right for a generation. His approach was pure disruption. He pulled the U.S. out of the Paris Climate Accord, out of the Iran nuclear deal, out of the Trans-Pacific Partnership. He called NATO outdated. Terrified allies, praised strongmen, clashed with intelligence agencies. He didn't read briefing books, he went with his gut. He met with Kim Jong-un twice, the first sitting president to do so. It looked historic. The results? Less so. He claimed victory in foreign policy while North Korea kept building missiles. Domestically, he oversaw a booming economy pre-pandemic, pushed criminal justice reform, and signed the USMCA trade deal to replace NAFTA. His base adored him. The media obsessed over him. Critics feared him. Every day was a headline. Every moment, a meme. Then came 2020. COVID-19 upended everything. Trump's response was uneven, defiant, combative. He downplayed the virus early, clashed with scientists, held rallies amid restrictions, and refused to mandate masks. Over 1 million Americans would die before the pandemic began to subside. Operation Warp Speed helped accelerate vaccine development, an undeniable success. But the crisis magnified his flaws: mistrust of institutions, rejection of nuance, and love of conflict over cohesion. And then, George Floyd. Protests erupted across the country. Trump responded with law and order rhetoric. Tear gas outside the White House. Bible photo, ops. The divisions deepened. In November 2020, Trump lost re-election to Joe Biden. He refused to concede, claimed widespread fraud, filed dozens of lawsuits, lost nearly all of them. Then, on the 6th of January, 2021, a mob of his supporters stormed the U.S. Capitol during the certification of the Electoral College vote. Rioters chanted his name, smashed windows, chased lawmakers. 5 people died. Trump was impeached for the second time, the only president in history to be impeached twice. The Senate acquitted him again. He left office under a dark cloud banned from Twitter, politically radioactive to many, but still adored by millions. Even in exile, he reshaped the Republican Party, turned it into a movement bearing his image. Make America Great Again became more than a slogan, it became a litmus test. In the years that followed, Trump continued to loom large, rallying, fundraising, hinting at comebacks. Investigations piled up. so did indictments. But his influence didn't fade. If anything, it hardened. Donald Trump didn't govern like a president. He governed like a brand, like a headline, like the main character of a show that refused to end. Next, Joseph R. Biden Jr., the career politician who beat Trump, faced a fractured nation, tried to heal it with old-school decency, and found himself juggling recovery, resistance, and relevance in the most polarized America since the Civil War. Joseph R. Biden Jr. Joseph R. Biden Jr. became the 46th President of the United States in January 2021, taking office at the age of 78, the oldest person ever to assume the presidency. A 5-decade fixture in American politics, Biden was known less for drama and more for durability. A long-serving senator, 2-term vice president, and 3-time presidential candidate who outlasted many of his more charismatic peers through sheer persistence and timing. Born in Scranton, Pennsylvania, and raised in Delaware, Biden's early political career began in 1972 when he was elected to the U.S. Senate at 29. Weeks later, a car crash killed his wife and infant daughter, an event that shaped much of his public identity. He was sworn into office at his son's hospital bedside and commuted from Delaware to D.C. for decades. He ran for president twice before 2020, once in 1988 and again in 2008, but gained national prominence as Barack Obama's vice president from 2009 to 2017. In 2020, Biden won the Democratic nomination after a broad primary field narrowed rapidly, helped in part by strong support from older voters and key endorsements. He campaigned on themes of stability and national recovery in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic and ongoing political division. He won the general election with 306 electoral votes and a popular vote margin of over 7 million. Biden's presidency began amid significant challenges: the ongoing pandemic, an economic downturn, and the aftermath of the 6th of January Capitol riot. Early in his term, he signed the American Rescue Plan, a $1.9 trillion relief package designed to address the pandemic's economic and public health effects. He also oversaw a nationwide vaccine rollout and lifted federal mask mandates as conditions shifted. A major legislative achievement came in the form of the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, passed with bipartisan support in 2021. It included funding for roads, bridges, broadband, and public transportation. In 2022, the Inflation Reduction Act was signed into law, addressing climate initiatives, prescription drug pricing, and corporate tax reforms. He also signed the CHIPS Act, aimed at bolstering domestic semiconductor manufacturing. Biden ended the U.S. military's 20-year presence in Afghanistan. The withdrawal concluded in August 2021, but was marked by the rapid collapse of the Afghan government and chaotic evacuation scenes at the Kabul airport. The decision received a wide spectrum of reactions and became a key moment in his foreign policy legacy. On the international stage, Biden emphasized restoring alliances and participating in multilateral institutions. The U.S. rejoined the Paris Climate Agreement, reaffirmed commitments to NATO, and played a key role in coordinating international aid and sanctions following Russia's 2022 invasion of Ukraine. Domestically, his administration faced high inflation, supply chain disruptions, and polarized responses to federal pandemic policies. Biden's approval ratings fluctuated, reflecting the complex landscape of pandemic recovery, economic concerns, and political division. He continued to pursue executive actions in areas like student loan relief, environmental regulation, and federal worker protections. His tenure also saw ongoing debate over immigration policy and border enforcement, as well as judicial appointments, including a historic nomination of Ketanji Brown Jackson to the Supreme Court.